Hello, 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 people. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Random show settings, random show settings, random show settings. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you see me? Can you hear me? Mic check 1 2, mic check 1 2. Let me put up the gain a little bit more. Let me put up the gain a little bit more. Oh, look at my hands. They look fucking, they look fluorescent. Ugh. Why's my hand so much lighter than my face? Fucking hell. Anyway, let me put up a little bit. What's going on, people? What's going on, people? Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. By the way, look at my flag behind you. Can you tell? Look at the flag. I gave it a bit of a steam. It was getting a little bit too wrinkled. Can you see I steamed the flag? Can you see I ironed the flag a little bit? Can you tell? Can you tell? Can you tell the flag's been ironed? You told that the flag's been ironed a little bit. It's been starched. It's been steamed. All the creases are gone. Unfortunately, the creases on my head are still there, though. Unfortunately, my face creases are still there. Unfortunately, my face creases are still here. But my flag is looking a lot better now, right? Yeah, cool. Big up everybody tuning in. Big up everybody tuning in. Random show settings. We're back once again. Apologies for the delay. Apologies for the no-show yesterday. But we're starting the marathon once again. I know it's a flipping it's a flipping stop-start thing that's been happening right now, but we're starting the membership marathon once again. This is day one. I think it should be day one, right? It should be day one. I think I've got it on the title. It should be day one. Yeah, it's day one of 31 day marathon. I think this goes on to the 8th of June. It's to the 8th of June. So 31 day marathon, one day a random show every single day until now, until the flipping 8th of June. Lock in with me, become a member, hang out with me, talk in the stream chat, talk amongst yourself. Let's have some fun. Let's enjoy it. Last time I did this stream or I did a marathon, I lasted what? The longest I've lasted is 14 days. The previous record was 3 days. So let's see if I can get to 7. Well, let's see if I can get to 5. Forget 7. Let's see if I can get to 5 without breaking the chain. I'm doing it on both channels. I'm doing a marathon for the next 31 days on the Random Show and Taz channel. I'm trying to ramp the memberships, try and get them to 500 on both channels. It's a real stretch goal. It's a real far-reaching goal. Almost impossible. There's nothing impossible outside laws of physics. You know, Wagwan. So if you want to be a part of the, Zynga family, you want to be a part of the Random Show fam, you want to kind of join the collective, make sure you click the link down below. There should be a membership link somewhere in the description, I think, where you can opt in to get gifted memberships, or you can opt to sign up and obviously become a member yourself. 31 days. We're streaming every single day. Nice and good and nice and good. Because of that, let's have a deal. Let's have a deal. Because some of you mofos are a bit, you're a bit whiny. Okay? I'm going to be streaming every day for 31 days until the 8th of June on this channel. I'm doing it in the hopes that I can reach my target of 500 members on this channel, right? That's the hope. But I'm also doing it for fun. Because I'm doing it for 31 days, there's going to be days where there's not going to be a lot of stuff to cover, right? There's not going to be a lot of content to talk about. So on those days, I might fill in with some Kill Tony content. I know some of you guys don't like Kill Tony. I know some of you guys hate Kill Tony. I know some of you guys actually hate stand-up comedy, which is weird, right? Because this is mostly a stand-up comedy, troll, detractor, piss take stream type of thing. Some of you hate Kill Tony, some of you hate stand-up. But in order for me to do this show every day, I'm gonna have to mix up the content. We're gonna do a bit of DSP today, we're gonna do a bit of Wings today, because for all intents and purposes, to be completely honest, the Bappaverse is pretty boring right now. I'm not sure some of you guys are, you agree. The Bappaverse is quite boring. There's not much going on with those guys. They're kind of, they're kind of reaching the end of their kind of line. Rogan ain't really interesting either. So we have to mix things up. So if I do end up watching a lot of Kill Tony on this channel, or I do end up watching a lot of, God forbid, r/.
Powerful bunch.
Yo, big up, Addy Z. Appreciate it. Yeah. Fair. I've got to earn your trust. I got to earn your trust with actions. Don't worry. I got to earn your trust. I got to start from the beginning again. No worries, Addy Z. Noted and fair. During this next 31 days, I've got to mix up the content. So if I watch a bit of Kill Tony, if we do a bit of r/stand-up comedy, please don't cry. Please. Okay? I have to mix up the content because there's not a lot going on in the Bappaverse. There's not a lot going on in the GRU verse. So if I have to mix up the content, switch up things a little bit, do a little bit of No Jumper, a little bit of Riley and Yuri, a little bit of fucking Adam 22 stuff, some Wings of Redemption stuff, some DSP stuff, or God forbid, some stand-up comedy, please do not cry and complain too much, okay? We have to mix things up. We have to kind of fill our time in with something. If I have to fucking sit here and watch Joshua Block, World of T-shirts fucking content, we have to do that. Johnny Somali type shit, we have to do that. You get me? Like, I'm not going to go down the Hassan Arbi, Ethan Klein route because that stuff is like, it drives me nuts and it's so boring and it's so annoying. But if we have to dabble our toes into some of that murky things, even Mersh, I might have to even scrape the bottom of the barrel of content to react to. I might even get into Mersh content. That's how desperate I am to make content. I might have to stoop down to the level of covering blood clot Mersh. So, give me a break. Let's mix things up a little bit. But I'm happy to be back. Happy to hang out with you guys once again. Random show. We are here once again. 31-day marathon starts today. This is day 1 of the 31-day marathon. We're heading all the way until the 8th of June. I think is when the marathon's going to end. We're doing this on here and on the and on the Action Zinga Show channel. Obviously, if you want to join, link is in the description. All that good shit, you know what to do. Trying to hit 500 members by the end of the month, by the end of the 31 days. That'd be fucking brilliant if we can do that. I'll be punching the fucking ceiling. If not, it'll still be fun anyway. So let's just jump into it. Today's show, we're going to cover Tfatk latest episode. We're going to watch that in full, by the way. Tfatk latest episode, we'll watch that in full. We're going to do some Wings of Redemption stuff. We're going to cover DSP. We're going to watch a video from Podcast. No, Podcast Cringe has got videos too. We'll watch that at the end, I think, maybe. We're going to cover a video from Too Lazy to Try. We've got a video from American Redact to cover about Tim Dillon. And I think that's it for the most part. I think that's it. For the most part, I think that's it. Anything else that jumps out, of course, tag me in the chat and let me know. But it should be okay. It should be okay. All right? But big up everybody else. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Let's freaking go. Let's 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 do this. So one thing to go talk about first of all. Let's talk about this clip. Have you guys watched? Tim Dillon was recently on the Mark Norman podcast with Sam Morril, We Might Be Drunk, and they made an interesting comment. They made a very interesting comment regarding Austin, Texas, which is really funny because Bappa and fucking Brian Callen are moving there soon, right? So Tim Dillon has a very interesting observation about Austin, Texas, and everybody that's moving there seeking, you know, fame and riches and comedy glory by kind of, you know, jumping into the comedy mothership thing. He has a very different perspective on what's going on now, and I wonder if this is a bad omen for Brendan Schaub and Brian Callen.
Yeah, she said she's moving to Texas, but I don't believe it.
Is she?
I think the moving to Texas is over.
Really?
This is I could.
You putting your foot down was, I think, a big part of that, probably.
No, it wasn't. Well, maybe it was. But I just think it would. Listen, here's the deal.
One person being like no is helpful.
I think it's. Listen, at the end of the day, let's. Joe is the best. The club is the best. I love Shane. I love Tony. I love everyone. Here's the problem.
Unknown caller.
By the way, I wonder, knowing how Joe Rogan is, I wonder how he took that. Because Tim Dillon was very big on calling out Austin, Texas to be pretty shit. When everyone was sucking off Austin, moving there for the mothership, saying how good the club was, the acoustics, the venue, the crowd, the sellouts, all this sort of stuff. Tim Dillon was pretty early on saying, nah, it's terrible. And he moved there, by the way. He went all the way. He was really early. I think he might have moved around the same time Tom Segura moved there. So he done the whole thing. He moved. He tried it out. He thought, fuck that. Austin is in LA. I'm moving back to LA because he loves, you know, being around rich and famous people and shit. So I wonder how Rogan took that when he heard somebody that he kind of looked, you know, somebody that he kind of likes as a comedian and somebody would you imagine with a lot of influence is also quite popular. Be like, you know what? This Austin, Texas thing, nah, I'm not feeling it. Austin isn't a new LA. I don't care what you guys say. I wonder how Rogan actually interpreted that or felt about that. I'd imagine he wasn't too happy because he kind of put off a bunch of people. As Samuel said, I reckon Tim Dillon does have a strong enough voice and does have enough influence and is famous enough, clouded enough to actually influence a bunch of people to be like, you know what, maybe the Austin, Texas isn't the best thing to do, because you'd imagine a lot of these, especially these podcaster comedian guys who have a pretty big following, they could probably afford to go, you know, to Austin here and there, maybe 2 weekends out of the month, or like Theo Von, they could probably afford to have 2 places out there, especially based on how much money they make. But they don't need to live permanently out there in Austin. They could easily kind of fly back and forth. So maybe that was actually a good thing for a lot of people. But I wonder how Brendan and Brian are going to feel about it, because they want to move there. They're moving there right now. And they're a bit late, but they're moving there right now.
The city of Austin, Texas, let's be very honest, is dangerous. The homeless there are more aggressive than I've ever seen them in New York.
Yeah.
There's pockets of it that really do look San Fran-like.
Yeah.
It's not good.
Yeah.
Like as a metropolis, it's
And
bad.
it's pretty
brown.
small.
It's small. It's brown. There's no grass. It's not green. It turns brown.
Is that true, by the way? I didn't know that's a thing. There's no grass in Austin, Texas. So there's no parks and stuff. Really? There's no parks? That's a weird thing, isn't it? I'd imagine in other places like Arizona that makes sense because it's more of a desert. But is that normal for there to be states or there to be cities in America where there's not a lot of parks? There's not a lot of greenery. Like, so where do you go to have your lunch? Where do you go to have a walk? Like, what do you do? Like, if there's no park in your area, do you just do without the park, or do you just go to like a concrete? Like, what do you do? There's no like, and I don't mean like a park, like a big, massive, you know, far-reaching acres and thousands of acres place. I just mean there's like a little thing that you can just have a little walk around. You could take a dog. You can maybe be on your phone, calling your mum and shit. Like, where do you go if there's no park? It's pretty crazy.
For 4 months out of the year, it's over 100 degrees. The lake is vomit colored, and there are brain-eating amoebas that can swim up your nose and kill you within 48 hours.
Is that lake the same lake that we saw Chin? Look at Mark Norman's face. That's a great fucking freeze frame, by the way. Let me screenshot that. I haven't screenshot it in a while. Let me screenshot that for an emoji later. Is that lake that Tim Dillon talking about the same lake that is that part of the same lake that Chin saw at the back of his Airbnb when he was on the balcony and he was in Austin, Texas that time during that vlog? Was that the same lake? Because that lake looked very, you know, nuclear, you know? It looked very radioactive, let's say. It looked very Chernobyl-like.
It's rare, but it happens.
In
Wow.
Austin, Texas.
Yeah, in all the hot lake states, when you get in the lake and go, ooh, this is nice and hot, you know, instead of a glacial lake.
Wow.
You know,
Eat the brain.
You know, listen, as a city, it's just you cannot compare it, sorry, to New York or Los Angeles. Can't be
Nice to
compared.
hear that.
Can't be compared.
And that's a weird thing as well about Austin at the time, which you makes a good point about. I never understood why they were trying to make it seem like it was the same as, you know, New York and California and shit, or LA or whatever, when really it's its own thing. They were trying to make it seem like, oh, it's better than these places. But no, it's a different thing. It's its own thing. You shouldn't really sell it as a better than place, because I'd imagine a lot of people who are American probably knew this. I'd imagine a lot of you guys in Stream Chat who are American probably knew from the very get-go that the Austin, Texas's new LA thing was never going to work, because Austin isn't LA, right? And if you love LA for what you love it for, then you're not going to find those. You're going to find different things to love about Austin, but Austin isn't going to replace the love you have for LA or New York, these coastal elite cities, because they are where they are what they are because of, you know, what they've done for society, what they've done for culture, and whatever else it may be, entertainment over the years. You can't just replace that sort of thing overnight. And it's hard to find a like-for-like city. Every city kind of offers its own little thing. But it would have been a better way to sell Austin as its own thing, as opposed to saying it replaces the other things, you know? Just selling it from its own, like, maybe because I actually think Rogan's way of moving there actually made more sense in the beginning. I think his rationale was like, I just want to go somewhere different. You know what I mean? I've been in LA for long. I just want to mix things up a little bit, have more space, blah, 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 blah. That made kind of more sense to me in that regard. Being somebody that was, you know, over there. And of course, his kind of aversion to all the Hollywood culture, celebrity, whatever shit as well kind of made sense as well. Because you imagine, I don't know if that's the case. I'm just talking out my ass here. But I wonder if like Rogan gets less bothered in Austin than he would in LA. Is that a thing? Or is it just still the same? Or is it worse actually in Austin because more of Rogan type of people would be in Austin, Texas? But I'd imagine because of the scale and the size that he'll probably get less bothered in Austin than he would in LA day to day. Maybe, I don't know.
Compare.
It's nice to hear.
I mean, that's not news to anyone, right? I mean, no one.
Not to us.
Don't say that in the green room of the mothership.
Yeah.
They'll stab you.
Well, I mean, like,
could you imagine what the green room of the mothership looks like? Could you imagine the amount of sycophants, the amount of fucking Rogan nut huggers, the amount of Rogan acolytes, you know, who probably cringe these guys because all of these guys can count Rogan as their friends, right? Tim Dillon, Mark Norman, Sam Morril, they could probably say Rogan's their friend and not, you know, and not want to vomit in their own mouths. They'll probably all have Rogan's number. They can text him, ask him for a favor, ask him for advice. But even these guys must get slightly embarrassed when they go to clubs and they see other comedians in the green room sucking off Rogan, even when he's not there. You know, talking about him in a certain way, you know, talking about how great he is, just completely glazing him. It must be so nauseating, even if you're his friend. And you can imagine what the conversations are like when Austin, Texas comes about. Like, oh my God, this is amazing. Plus, I'm also thinking about it as well, on this side of things. I wonder if part of the Austin, Texas comedy is a new comedy mecca thing. Is almost a side of like, you know, when you were younger and like, or you know when you were younger, maybe your parents moved you away somewhere and you went to a different school and that school didn't have maybe as many cool kids as your previous school. So you were able to compete, or in some cases you were able to be the coolest person, you know? You then started to talk about how that school was the best.
Powerful bunch.
Yo, big up Addy. I saw the picture of you.
If you let them tell it, they lived in LA for a decade and one day realized there were gay and homeless people.
Yes.
Suddenly California became liberal according to them. Can't do comedy if it's not a red state, I guess.
Exactly. That last line, can't do comedy if it's not a red state. Exactly. Thank God for Elon Musk and Donald Trump, or comedy will be dead. Yeah, exactly. Big up Asad Aziz. Exactly. They woke up one day and suddenly there was a homeless issue. Homelessness was suddenly a problem. Suddenly, or actually, COVID suddenly made them realize how bad homelessness was. But yeah, I wonder if a lot of this hype around Austin is based on people who are not cool or not that popular in LA, who then moved to Austin and became the big fish, you know? There were a small fish in a big pond in LA and suddenly they went to Austin and they're the big fish in a small pond.
Like people were moving there in Biden's America. They moved there in Biden. Now it's Trump's America, and all of America is kind of like Austin.
I think the politics of New York and LA are insane. I don't agree with any of the people that run anything. I'm just talking about the city.
Right.
I think that
the lifestyle, the culture.
I would love if they elected a Republican governor in California. I'd love it. I'm just talking about, let's be very honest about the actual city.
Mm-hmm.
Suburbs are nice. The people are cool. I love Texas. I love Dallas.
Yeah.
I like Houston.
Yeah.
I like San Antonio better. Like, the actual city of Austin is 4 blocks, and one of them is just 20-person brawls, like melees, that are broken up by horses. Like,
that's so accurate. Because honestly, legit, I'm not lying to you guys, and because I'm a foreigner, and, you know, maybe this is a bit skewed, but I swear to God, before the mothership opened, the only thing I knew of Austin, Texas, was barbecue and that 6th Street, that place where everyone goes to fight or goes to hang out or fuck whores and shit. You know, that strip with all the clubs. As a foreigner, the only thing I knew about Austin, Texas was barbecue, spare ribs and shit, and fucking fights outside of 6th Street. That's the only thing I knew of Austin, Texas. So maybe it's a good thing that Rogan went to Austin, because he's kind of mixed things up a little bit, and people now regard Austin as maybe a cultural hub and think of it for comedy and live shows and shit. That's nice. But the only things I thought about it beforehand were about fights and food. Only thing.
like, and so I don't even know what we're talking about.
I don't. Yeah. It's fun to visit.
Yeah.
Pop in for the weekend.
Yeah.
Pop out. Yeah, I agree. But also, all these towns you go to, they have to tell you how great it is, which is like a person who posts their wedding photo every day, and you're like, you guys are going to break up.
Great thing about New York, everyone shits on it. If you go, New York sucks, you go,
yes.
Even the people that love it go, you have no idea.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, you have no idea how much it sucks. I'll tell you why it sucks. And we own...
That's because we love it.
Because we love
Exactly. And you
But I also think the people that moved there aren't going to say that now, because they're trying to talk it up, you know what I mean? I think a lot of people that moved there are maybe subconsciously self-aware that Austin isn't as great as they make it seem, but they're trying to also build the scene there. They want to get all their friends out there. They want to get more of a scene kind of cultivated and grown out there. So they're gonna be, you know, they're gonna be adding a bit of spice to the rice when they know actually isn't as good as they make it seem as. I'd imagine, unless people actually do believe it's actually this amazing. But it's kind of great to hear this sort of conversation. I'm not gonna lie. But Brendan and Brian, what they gonna do? What they gonna do now?
Wife's a fucking whore. You ever gonna leave her? Of course not.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I love whores.
Right. That's the, you know.
But you don't have to blow New York every day because it's already great. And look, it's got its problems too.
No, but the part of living here is being in a constant state of irritation because minute to minute, there's more frustration in New York. There's more stimulation. You're going to get bumped by a crazy person more often. There's more people on each block. There's less space. You're navigating. You're going to be more frustrated here. But at the end of the day, you're still like, good place to live.
Part of the thing with Austin too is it's the worst of the right and the worst of the left. Like everyone's either like a Proud Boy who's like ready to get in a brawl, or it's like a non-binary blue hair dreadlock gremlin.
They push each other to further
You're like,
length.
what is it? You go, is there any normal human? Is there like a person?
Right.
The only normal people are like college kids or, you know, tourists.
That's a good point.
Interesting. Yeah. No, I think they push each other so much that they end up like circling around and becoming the same thing.
Yeah.
You know?
It's just like a weird, it's odd.
Well, anyway, you get the gist of it. So, I'm not surprised, to be fair. Like I said earlier, when this whole move happened, I was under the impression that Brendan and Brian moved to Austin, Texas too late. And it still confuses me. It still baffles me why they didn't go when the gold rush started. They should have went to Austin, Texas when the gold rush began. Even if when the gold rush began, they were in the midst of the whole Bobby Lee shit, I think it would have maybe smoothed over a lot quicker if they were out there in and amongst everything and in people's faces. The fact that everybody kind of left LA and left those guys behind gave them an easy way to cut them off. And they all obviously chose sides. They chose Bobby Lee and shit. And that kind of made it difficult. And of course, Brendan was hanging out with, you know, working with Crystalia and shit. And most people have also excommunicated him out of the way as well. So it kind of left them isolated. And then Brendan quit stand-up. So it kind of left them isolated. But I guess if, in my opinion, if they would have moved there around the same time everyone else was moving to Austin, they would have, you know, kind of finessed their way into that circle and still been somewhat relevant. And who knows, even Brendan might have been still doing stand-up comedy. And we might have got Gringo Papi too. Imagine that. We might have got Gringo Papi 2, sorry, not Bringo, if Brendan and Brian would have moved to Austin, Texas when everybody else moved there. Now it's a little bit too late. Now it's actually weird. Now it's actually, no, now it's weird, I won't say. Now it's actually too late for Brian, especially in his stand-up comedy career. Number one, because he's old as fuck. And number two, just because it's too late. But Brendan moving there is obviously because of money issues. He's not making as much as he used to, and he's probably going to get way more bang for his buck moving out to Austin, Texas. He won't have a mortgage, and you know, they can still do the show out there, which makes a lot of sense. But for Brian, I don't think it's going to do what he thinks it's going to do for his career. I don't think so. He allegedly filmed a special at the Mothership. That hasn't come out yet. I'm not sure if he's going to put it out now that he's in Austin. He might be doing more spots. He might put it out later. But I think it's a bit too late for Brian's career to suddenly have another resurgence and for him to become a super popular comedian. I don't think that's going to happen. And if it did happen, the unfortunate thing for him, if it does happen anyway, he's going to get a lot of unsavory questions put to him about those allegations, you know? And I don't think he's going to have the correct answer for it. Because can you imagine this version of Brian Callen who's like super anti-cancel culture, who's talking about standing up against the mob and shit, who's kind of very irate whenever the cancel culture, whenever the fucking Crystalia thing comes up, or whenever his allegations come up in the podcast, he's very angry in terms of how he responds. Because obviously I understand why he's angry, because those allegations essentially destroyed his career. But when you operate in anger, when you operate in frustration, you're going to say the wrong thing. So imagine if Brian's career does actually pop when he goes to Austin, and then the fucking anti Brian Callen press cycle, you know, restarts, and everyone starts, you know, bringing up the allegations about him allegedly draping somebody. Imagine his response. His response ain't gonna do him well. He's gonna try and fight it. He's gonna try and be all, and it's gonna really F him.
Powerful bunch.
Yo, big up, Chris Mack.
You hear ye HH track? Catchy tune. Just wild content.
Yeah. I spoke about it in Taz. I spoke about it in Taz. Latest episode of Taz. Check it out. Timestamps in the flipping description. Timestamps in the fucking pinned comment of the latest episode of Taz 902. I speak about Ye's HH song. Very, very, very dicey. Very, very dicey. I'm not gonna speak about it here because I just remonetized this channel, so we're not gonna try and wade in those waters. But I did speak about it. Very, very dicey. Very, very, very dicey. You know what I'd actually like to see? I'd love to see a comedian do a parody of that song, you know? I'd love to see a comedian do a parody of that song, but they're too scared. No one wants to get dropped by WME. No one wants to get dropped by CAA. No one wants to get dropped by Netflix, you know? No one wants to get dropped by Hulu. But I'd love to see a stand-up comedian do a cover of HH. I'd love it. Maybe Red Bar will do a cover of it. Maybe Red Bar will do a cover of HH. That'd be pretty cool. Because he's already done the cover of Cousins that actually fucking retweeted, which is fucking wild, by the way. Retweeting Red Bar. But congrats on Red Bar. But I hope somebody does a HH cover soon. That'd be absolutely brilliant. Or maybe Ari Shafir will do it. Maybe Ari will have the balls to do a HH cover comedy track type of thing. I don't know. But anyway, Austin is dead. According to Tim Dillon, no one should be moving there anymore, which is bad news for Brendan and Brian, who are about to move there just now. Very, very strange timing, but big up those guys. Anyway, big up the stream chatters as well. Appreciate all of you. Wagwan Uche in the chat. What's going on? Coiler, I saw you as well. Wagwan Young Old Vibes, I see you. Chris Mack, I see you. Perk Angle, I see you. Sir Tony Sled, I see you. God's favorite, Brian Lauro. Mr. Still Your Girl. Who else is in here? Jesse Black, Wagwan GG. Stevie M, what's good, my guy? Joe from MIA, what's good, everybody? What's good? Appreciate you hanging with me. Let's freaking go. So let's catch up on some stuff I missed out on the flipping Reddit. What did I miss out on lately? I've missed out on quite a bunch, haven't I? Let's go through some stuff that I missed out on the Reddit. Number one thing that I might have missed out on. Let's see here. In You Be Surprised. What's this? Oh, Jesus Christ, bro. Honestly, hold on. What the hell is going on here? Like, what? In You'd Be Surprised, Braindub talked about how cool convertible Mini Coopers are in LA. Now he's trying to look like he's a redneck who looks like a sweet potato. Like, oh my God. Like, let's say about that the better. Let's get that off the screen before I get discommunicated. Or whatever else that word is means. Let's see another one here. What's this about? Oh, I guess this is him defending that SS t-shirt, right? Isn't that logo and shield design the same design as the Nazi used? Brendan to the guy. Nah, man. Nazis don't own the eagle logo. Nazis don't own the eagle logo. Okay, bro. But I think Nazis might not own the eagle logo, but your one definitely looks Nazi-ish. That's the issue, That's the issue. Nazis don't have a fucking authority on all fucking eagles, but your one looks kind of Nazi-ish. That's the only issue there. But big up Brendan still. And another response from him. What's this response? Dude, the skull with the lightning bolts and eagle looks especially like Nazi symbols. You should fire whoever designed this. Yeah, that's terrible. I'm sorry that happened to your fam, but Nazis don't own or represent any eagle, my man. You're going to be exhausted fighting that battle. Basically, I'm too dumb to change it. I didn't notice it at first, and fuck you. Okay, cool. Anti-counterculture. Big up Slow Joe getting the tatas out there. Anti-counterculture tatas, right? We love to see that. And big up the people in the stream chat. I'd like to see her. Let me give you guys a close-up for those of you guys who are fans of Slow Joe. Here's your close-up of her tatas, right? Her anti-counterculture tatas, right? There you go, sir. There you go, guys. A bit of anti-counterculture melons. But one thing I recognized, or one thing I noticed, sorry. Look, if you scroll up. Look at her tooth. She's got that tooth thing, innit? So, when she got her teeth done, do you think Slow Joe specifically asked to have one of her tooths be in the middle? or do you think the person fucked it up? What do you think what's the theory in the stream chat? Do you think she got her tooth to be like that? Or do you think they purposely fucked it up? Because this, usually you have like the front teeth here. She's got one front tooth there in the middle that kind of lines up directly in line with her underneath her nose, the bridge of her nose. Can you see that? So it looks kind of purposely done. Like she liked that style, which is kind of freaky. It kind of looks freaky, that. Interesting. Kind of looks very alien-like to have like the tooth in the middle. Big up Coiler. I don't think you have a choice. They grind down your teeth, no nut to nubs. Yeah, but when they grind down your teeth to nubs, Coiler, don't they stick other teeth? Can't they technically like nudge your teeth along if that's possible? Does that make sense? Or maybe I think of dentures. Couldn't they design your teeth in a way where if you wanted it to be that style, you could have it to have like one big tooth in the middle. You don't need to have it two. They could just sand it down to nothing and then just stick other teeth in there, isn't it? It's a bit crazy to think that, but what do you guys think? It doesn't really matter, really. Everyone's got a choice to do what they want to do, and we're probably over analyzing things. And maybe it's a bad angle. Maybe her lip kind of skewers it because she's plumped them up too much, and it kind of fucks up the perspective of what we're seeing. Maybe it's all kind of made up, but it does kind of look like she purposely got her teeth done that way. Like she wanted that tooth, she wanted these two teeth to kind of be like, moved across or something. I don't know. It's just strange. But either way, one more tatas pickers for those of you who like the tatas. Let's go back to the melons, right? The little fucking melons there. Enjoy. Let's move on. Papa on OF girls. Oh, Brendan on OnlyFans girls. Let's see. This is very interesting. I want you to hear what he has to say about this, because a lot of people on the stream chat, a lot of people in the Reddit are fans of Slojo, and a lot of people have said that if she wasn't with Brendan, she would definitely be on OF, which I agree, because I think, Slojo is allergic to work. I don't think she wants to work a regular job anymore. I think she definitely thinks she's above that. And she likes the finer things in life. And there's no, the best way to kind of get that kind of quick money is to obviously jump on OF. And with her being a mum, that's the really depressing side of things for people who are a little bit against all that sort of stuff. With her being a mum and kind of pushing the MILF thing, if Slojo did decide to go and, set up a fucking OnlyFans, she would make coins. She would make paper. If Kat can make what she makes, right? And she's got a niche, obviously, because she's Asian and she's small and whatever else. She's making quite a bit. I think at her peak she was making like 100,000 a month or whatever she was making, right? That Rogan kind of spilled the beans on because Brendan told him. Imagine what Slojo can make. Imagine how much Slojo could make if she decided to open an OF. And it's only about time. I think there's gonna come a time where she does do it. Especially if the podcast doesn't, if Tfatk goes or keeps on going the way it's going, and or Brendan gets himself in trouble and they lose some sponsors, I think we're gonna see the OF era of Slojo start very, very soon. And I think she's gonna make a lot of money. I think people are gonna be very surprised to see it. But Brendan is gonna be in a conundrum because he's very against OF. He's kind of has that old. He's gonna got that fresh and fit mentality of like, my wife can't be on the type of thing, whatever. But then again, he's got a wife who like posts pictures of herself in bikinis on the Instagram feed. You know what I mean? So it's a bit strange. But let's hear what he has to say about OF girls.
Hey,
the kids see.
But let's say you're aware of her work. You're aware she's just fucking. Can Wolf come over today?
I mean, I don't know.
No.
I don't want to. I don't think that.
No.
I would say no.
Yeah.
No.
Just because.
Fuck no.
I don't know, man.
No, we can't be around that bullshit.
But hold on though. The kid's 8, and he says, "What is it?" And you got to explain it.
Yeah.
When he's 8.
Yeah. You know, mom.
What I'm saying is like I would think that's not in my mind. That's not going on. In my mind, like if you're painting a picture that like you live next to a whorehouse,
right?
That's what you're saying.
No, I'm not.
We have a bigger problem with the HOA.
No, you're missing it all. That's her occupation. So whether she's doing it at her house, which most OnlyFans girls do, or she's doing it fucking 7 miles away, that's her occupation currently.
I don't even know what the context of this clip is, so I can't really react to it correctly. But it seems like he has an issue with what OnlyFans girls living next to him, or he has an issue with an OnlyFans girl maybe looking after his kid. Like, I don't understand this logic. I don't get it. I don't get it specifically because Brendan's the type of guy who you would imagine would be into OnlyFans girls in the first place. Or he's the type of dude who would attract somebody who's in that sort of line of work, you know? It'd make a lot more sense for him. So it's strange that he's very against it. Also, it's strange, like I said, given that he has no control, no anything, influence on the way his wife kind of, you know, displays herself on social media. Which is, you know, and that, which I know why that's the case, because I think with him being a serial cheater, I think she's kind of allowed to do what she wants on social as a weird kind of long-standing.
Powerful bunch.
Yeah, big up Asad Aziz.
I want Eric to start one. I'd love to see him fug.
Yeah, I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that. No, thank you. I don't want to see that. That would be
powerful bunch.
And it'd be very fast. Big up Ryan.
Conservative. Christian Brendan is the next phase.
Oh yeah, true. Good point. I completely missed that. I was wondering why is he being so puritanical? But I guess he's trying to do that whole like conservative, anti-porn grift thing, innit? Like, you know, religious shit. So I guess that's what he's pushing himself into. But it's just difficult to do that when you've got a wife like Slojo who's clearly on the cusp of starting an OF. On the cusp. If somebody decided, right? If some fan, if Slojo had like a stalk, no, let's say stalker. If Slojo had like a stan, right? A legit stan who went about and took all of her pictures from her Instagram and kind of scraped them all and put them into an OF and then started it on her, you know, without her knowing, and then suddenly was able to get like $1,000, $2,000 off the back of it, and then showed her, like, look what I've been doing for you. I love you so much. Here's this OF I started off the back of just your pictures you post on fucking Instagram. And she saw how much money she could make on it. I think she'd be very tempted to do it herself and to go really balls to the wall and start posting like lingerie shit, lace stuff, give you a little bit of fucking nipple. You know what I mean? Like, she'd go for it. I swear to God she will. She's on the cusp, especially with this move to Austin. They're essentially, you know, downgrading a bit. They're trying to save money. Like, I think there's definitely a route there, especially if she's gonna, you know, carve out her own independence, be able to do her own thing, buy her own thing. Like, it could easily happen. So it must be a crazy place to be for Brendan when you know in the back of your head your wife is, you know, is only a few quote unquote bad decisions away from starting an OF, and you have no control in the matter whatsoever, you know, because unfortunately, you know, you cheat a lot and you kind of, you know, gave her the right reason to do what she wanted when it came to her social media feed. But it is what it is. It kind of is what is. Let's fucking go. Big up Young Old Vibes. AZ, we barely have corn in Texas, bro. They could have stayed in LA for that. That's a good point. That's a fucking very, very good point. Big up Young Old Vibes. Let's continue. 32 ACT or ACT. Bappa knows his periodic table of elements B. Let's hear this one.
Is it Alex?
It's Alec, isn't it? Is it Alex?
Fahrenheit.
What?
What is Fahrenheit? What is degrees?
What?
This is awesome. Damn, bro. Is this like first?
What? Was that the question? Chemistry. The atomic number of elements is 92, but numbers we tend to associate with it are 235 and 238. What the fuck did you just say? Let's go back to the beginning again.
Is it Alex?
It's Alec, isn't it? Is it Alex?
Fahrenheit.
What?
What is Fahrenheit? What is degrees?
This is awesome. Damn, bro. Is this like first?
Damn. Why you gotta say it that slow and
street talk on your girl a fake ass, some tits? Holla.
I don't know. Who would want a fake ass? Though, what if it doesn't settle
that seems
right?
Like fun though.
You think
having a fake
one?
ass? Yeah.
Oh, we got the law. That's OG law, isn't it? That's OG law. Kat being a fan of BBLs. She was really telling us some time ago. Now she's got her BBL and it looks fucking incredible, by the way. Big up Kat. What is it again? What's her thing? Is it Kathleen? Cat Tfatk IG. What was it again? I forgot what it was. Tfatk Instagram. Her BBO is pretty good. Cat's BBO is really, there we go. Kathleen, that's it. Katian Lay or Katileen. Her BBO is really, really good. Whoever did that, like, I'm not sure if they do them based on proportions, because most of the BBOs I see are on like hip hop vixen black girls and shit, and they just look like they just put a lot of fucking shit in there and it doesn't match their thighs. But I think Cat's BBO legitimately matches her body. Or am I not? Or am I bugging? I think her look at that. Like, or does she have big thighs? Like, doesn't that look legit? Doesn't that look kind of real? Like, look, it matches her thighs. Look, it matches her thighs. Like, it looks kind of normal. If that makes any sense. Yeah, that's fake, Chris. Exactly, that's fake. Imagine, that's actually fake. That looks really fucking good. Because you look at that and you look at, who's that girl? Who's the girl? Oh, what's that girl name again? Is it Zion Williams? Girl, what's her name? That one with the crazy fake bum. What was her name again? Like, you see hers and it looks fucking disgusting. What's that girl? What, she was going. That's it. She was going viral. This one here. What's her name? Oh, I don't know what her name is. She was going viral. That's the one. Her. What's this girl's name? Moira Mills. That's the one. Moira. Yeah, let's go on Moira Mills' Instagram. Moira Mills Instagram. Like, when I think of BBLs, I think of this lady, right? And her one is just like so bad, right? Look at this. Let's see. Yeah, look. So let's compare. Whose BBL is better? Kathleen's or this lady? Like, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. That's just like, what? What is that? Fuck, gorgeous pictures, honey bun. Jesus, people are thirsting in the stream chat. Look at this. Hold on, we need to get better ones. Let me see if I can find a better one that shows you exactly. Yeah, look at that. You see that? Look at the side. Hold on, let's see the side angle. Hold on, let's go. Yeah, look at that. Maybe that's not good, but yeah, but look at that angle, by the way. Look at this angle. Look at the thigh. Look at the size of the thigh compared to the back off. Just doesn't make any sense, does it, mate? It just doesn't make any sense, really. Nice car, though, by the way. Whatever that car is in the back, I'm not too sure. I guess it's an American muscle car and shit, right? But this BBO looks a little bit interesting compared to, let's see, one more. Yeah, compared to Cat's. I think Cat's one is pretty good. Cat's one is pretty good there compared to the other one. So I guess we got the law has been, maybe you can tell a little bit here. Maybe you can tell a little bit there, right? You can tell a little bit there. Maybe you can tell a little bit here. In this particular picture, it's a little bit, it's a little bit lumpy and rumpy here, and it doesn't look like it's moving much. It's like its own little thing. But if she's wearing trousers or whatever, or just generally from afar, you couldn't tell, bro. Like, she got a good BBL done, like a good. What you call it? What's that thing called? A one that matches her body, which I also wonder why women don't do that in general. But I'd imagine if you're a girl and you're going under the knife, I imagine part of the reason why you get those crazy BBLs is so you can just go hard or go home. What's the point of going under the knife if you're gonna do something demure? If you're gonna do something like that matches your body type, you're like, fuck that. Just pump me full of shit. Make the bum look crazy. Let's fucking go. I mean, if I'm about to die, I might as well try and die with a fucking diaper butt. You know what I mean? Let's not do demure shit. Let's just go ham. Let's go crazy. Make me look like a fucking look at that. Shook's crazy. Shook's insane when she walks as well. That looks so wild. Could you imagine that? Like, wow. Fair play. Fair fucking play. Fair fucking play. Big up Moira Mills. Big up Blood Clot Cat. Let's go back to the video.
It seems like so much fun.
Thought, Cat.
Yeah, that's the point. It sounds like fun.
Yeah, it sounds dope. But they don't put ass implants in. They take the fat out of your stomach or
Isn't that
other
a Brazilian?
areas.
So it's your body.
And they put the fat into your ass.
Yeah.
And with
Is it Alex?
Wow. Yeah. So Now we know. Now we know where the lore of Cat's bum came from. Continuing on. My choices for Brendan #1 redacted moment anytime he goes viral, particularly this one. He kind of dances like somebody that's a bit redacted, isn't it? I'm not gonna lie. He kind of dances like someone that's a bit, you know. He kind of has a dance move of somebody that's a little bit redacted. There is something going on there. I'm not too sure what, and it's not good, you know? Fair play, fair play. What else we got here? What's that? No parking. What? Crystalia, no parking. Jesus Christ. Look at those empty seats. Jesus. Crystalia straight out of the multiverse, May. Okay, cool. He's performing at the Beacon Theatre. And I guess somebody tried to park near where he was performing, I'm assuming, and got a parking ticket because he's filming, shooting something at the same time. Okay, cool. Insufferable People, a picture of Slow Joe walking up the steps of the LA crib in her Austin, Texas fit. Congrats to her. What else we got? Oh yeah, you seen this picture? Big up the guy. Got my jacket on. Love to see it. The golden hour. Such a decent fit, to be honest. I think there's a Gucci track pants as well. Gucci trunks pants with the hoodie wrapped around the waist with the golden hour fucking jacket. Big up MDUS. Big up MDUS, my jigger. Good night to see. Don't lose your breath over it. Nazis don't own Nazi symbols, mine guy. That's so good. Nazis don't own Nazi symbols, mine guy. Or mine Frau. Nazis don't own Nazi symbols, mine Frau. That is so fucking good, honestly. Especially with the haircut. Especially with that fucking haircut. That is so fucking good. Honestly, so good. Continuing on. How many digs you suck? Jesus Christ. There goes Brendan's Great American Hope. UFC is a crazy sport, isn't it? It's a crazy sport because Bo Nickal's first couple of fights, he runs through people legitimately in seconds, right? And looks like he's going to be the next biggest thing. But then inevitably, as soon as he faces somebody like of the level that he's trying to, you know, get to, he just crumbles. Like, are the people that Bo Nickal fought previously terrible? Like, would he just give him favorable matchups? Or is the UFC in general, the roster across all divisions, just so stacked that on your day you could get beat by anybody if you're having an off day? Because the way this fucking, what's his name, RDR was raining those fucking knees into fucking, what you call it, Bo Nickal's stomach and abdomen was crazy, bro. He legitimately was throwing knees from bare far. It wasn't even like he was just throwing them in the clench. He was just throwing the knees out there. It was fucking crazy, honestly. I've never seen something like that ever in my entire life. It was so crazy to see, and Bo Nickal didn't have a single answer for it. He looked kind of ordinary in there, you know? That was a really scary thing. He looked kind of ordinary. Before, he looked really scary in like a Hamzat Chimaev way, and then suddenly he looked so ordinary. Kind of wild. Like, you know, kind of fucking wild. But yeah, big up Bo Nickal. What? One Brendan v Gorilla unscathed.
What are you gonna do? Volume punch me, motherfucker? That's what you're gonna do? What are you gonna do? Out grapple me?
Powerful bunch.
Yo, big up Abe Martinez. Welcome.
Favorable matchups. Dude was never great. Today's UFC talent, they are athletes and not warrior from the early 2000s. These guys are doing this for a paycheck and not because they like to fight.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a very, very, very good point. I think somebody mentioned that, by the way, in terms of like, who said it? I forgot who said it. Somebody, one of these UFC commentators, somebody said it about how a lot of these guys, similar to what Abe Martinez is saying, about doing it for a paycheck, they haven't really got that grit in them, you know? And it made me think about all of the people, especially Brendan's another one. Brendan's one of those people that says, oh, you shouldn't be congratulating fighters for having heart or for having toughness or for being gritty and shit and biting down on the mouth guard and just like fugging it out and taking in the pain and then whatever else it may be. But now you see a fight like that where Bo Nickel essentially crumbled from all of the, you know, hits that he was getting, especially with the knees. And you think to yourself, like, you know, fighters of previous years or fighters in the past would have maybe tried. It would have been hard to do because, you know, RDR was definitely hitting him where it hurts and shit. And that, I'm assuming those type of knees in the abdomen are not nice. They're not the coolest thing to have. But I'd assume some fighters in the past would have been able to kind of grit that out. They would have been able to kind of tough it out and just hang in there. You know, if you really wanted to achieve or really wanted to get to where you want to get to, you have aspirations of becoming a champion and shit. Those are the moments where, like, you know, you decide I'm gonna die in here. You know what I mean? And for whatever reason, Bo Nickel didn't. Which I wonder if that's gonna be the hardest thing to come back from psychologically, knowing that you got that bit of quit in you as a fighter. Because it's probably easier to lose when you're somebody that just loses to somebody that's just more skilled, or you get knocked out, or you get subbed, right? But when somebody makes you like tap out like that from those blows to the, it kind of makes you feel like you've got a bit of quit in you, which you don't ever want to have as a fighter. You want to kind of feel like you're going to die on your shield every single time that you go in the octagon. But it's probably a lot easier said than done when you're in there. It's probably a lot easier said than done when you're in there, but fuck, man. Big up A Martinez, cherry pick their way to the top, plan on doing this many years. Guys from the back in the day would risk it, lose regularly. Exactly, good point there. But they fugged it out and gave us some of the best fights we've ever seen. Yep, great point. Great fucking point. That's yeah, you make a good point there. You make a fucking good point. I don't blame them for taking that route, for going the route of, like, you know, least resistance and trying to get the belt and trying to create those moments, as opposed to trying to create great fighting moments and fighting the best opponents out there and testing yourself and going into the deep waters. But it's kind of sad to see because, you know, I rated Bo Nickel too. I thought he was pretty sick. I didn't rate him the same way that fucking Brendan did. But Jesus, man, like, the fucking wheels on that hype train came off very rapidly. Very, very quick. Especially for the people that didn't really know who RDR was, like myself. I was thinking, shit, I hardly even know who this RDR guy is. And he has made quite light work of Bo Nickel. Like, could you imagine the other dudes in that division who are more well known? You get me? Like, fuck, you know, Bo Nickel, if RDR can do that to you, then maybe you just weren't as highly skilled as you thought you were. And obviously RDR is obviously highly skilled himself, but maybe there was a lot of hype around your name that was a little bit, you know, manufactured, let's say. But anyway, God bless to Bo Nickel. Let's hope he gets back on it. And, you know, we love a good comeback story. If he comes back from this and is able to kind of mollywop people and, you know, get himself back up the ranks, that'll be fucking sick to see as well. I'm not going to write him off just yet. Let's play this again one more time. Big up Abe Martinez. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the super chat.
What are you going to do? Volume punch me, motherfucker? That's what you're going to do? What are you going to do? Out-grapple me? In what fucking sense? What world are you living in? This is the real world. Now, if you're doing this because you fancy yourself a
fisticuffs,
if you fancy yourself, you'll have to grapple me. I'm not hard to get a hold of. Pull the fuck up.
Camel face.
You can show up with all your boys, do all that stuff.
Let's go back to that camel face. I need that as an emoji. I need that as an emoji. Let's. I want that camel face.
I'm not hard to get a hold of. Pull the fuck up.
Yeah, I need that. I need that as an emoji. I need that as an emoji. That's so good. And by the way, think about it. Brendan doesn't. There's nothing Brendan says that's that controversial that would get him to the point of being this riled. You know, there's nothing Brendan says in all of his content, in all of the places that he does fucking podcasting, whatever else it may be, on all of his outlets. There's nothing that he's ever said in his life that would ever get him in a situation that would require this level of response. He just was going through a lot of stuff. Like, I always think these responses are never to do with the situation at hand. They're always a culmination of things. So he was probably feeling really frustrated and pissed off about all the trolling he was getting online. He saw people mocking him, whatever it may be, and he just exploded on fucking Nate Diaz at that time. But it just doesn't, that's the only way to explain it, because how could you respond this angrily over like 5 words in a tweet? like wanting to fucking fight somebody, kill them, twist their neck off, fisticuffs. Like, God almighty, bro, calm down.
And you can show up with all your boys, do all that stuff. But what a real man will do is pull up one-on-one. I don't have a posse. I don't need one, bud. I'll drop my kid off at fucking practice, roll over, twist your fucking neck off, and then pick him up just in time, unscathed.
Unscathed.
For the rest of your fucking life, bud. Whenever I want.
Unscathed, honestly. Unscathed, you know. Like, there's not a single person in my life who I know personally, or somebody I even know casually, that I would let get away with saying unscathed. You know, it's kind of insane that he's so thin-skinned. He's such a quasi-bully that people are just afraid to pull him up or make fun of the way he says things, because that's the only way you would learn. That's the only way you're going to get out of the habit of just fucking up the pronunciation of certain words. Unscathed. Unscathed. Okay, guy. Whatever you say. Big up Papa though. Let's continue. What else we got here? Texas ARG loading. Jesus Christ, that's fucking hilarious. Look at this AI image. Allegedly of Brendan in Texas. I love Joe Rogan. That's so brilliant. I love Joe Rogan. Oh, that is so fucking good. Look at that. Look at that. Look at Brian Callen down there. Look at Brian Callen down there. Just finished Schlong.
Powerful bunch.
Hey, big up. Oh, yo, big up Young Old Vibes. What a legend. Big up Young Old Vibes. Appreciate you. G. Big up Young Old Vibes for the 5 gifted membership. Bomba Romba. Big up Young Old Vibes. Much appreciated.
Powerful bunch.
Big up everyone in the stream chat that gives a fucking gifted membership. Make sure you thank the lovely, the wonderful, the effervescent Young Old Vibes over there for the fucking gifted membership. You're an absolute legend. Appreciate you. Look at that. Absolutely hilarious.
Powerful bunch.
Brian just finished off sucking off fucking Brendan down there, innit? Finished off sucking off Brendan, wiped his mouth with a fucking Comedy Store t-shirt, and is now waiting for seconds. The fucking TRX in the background. That's so fucking good.
Powerful bunch.
That is so fucking good. The funny thing is, if these guys were actually comedians, they'll take the piss out of this, or they bring it up on their show, or they kind of use this as a theme for a fucking sketch or something, or a skit, you know? If they were actually comedians, and they could laugh at themselves, but they can't do that. They're not comedians. They can't laugh at themselves, so we don't get it, you know? We don't get that type of content. Instead, we get them pontificating about COVID for the umpteenth time, because why the hell not? But this is really fucking good. I really like that. We got the person that made that one. Continuing on, the white hope is a dangerous thing for a man like Papa to have part 2. Let's see this one.
You know, Bo Nickel, he's a great fighter.
Yeah, I love Bo Nickel.
How's he going to do? I think he's terrific.
He's great. He's a fantastic fighter.
He was almost like undefeated in college.
He's a fantastic wrestler and one of the best mixed martial
When
artists.
is he fighting?
Bo Nickel's you guys don't realize how gifted of a wrestler he is, and his transitions are so high level from jiu-jitsu to wrestling. Dude, that's what makes him special.
Has there been a single person in MMA, especially a former fighter?
Powerful bunch.
Yo, big up.
Young Old Vibes has a dope rare chatter collection.
A dope rare chatter. Exactly. Big up NJ Ranger. big up Young Old Vibes. Young Old Vibes supremacy. NJ Ranger supremacy. Let's fucking go. Does anybody have a worse prediction record than Brendan when it comes to fight, or like when it comes to fight picks in general, or fighters in general? He's the true kiss of death, innit? And I've always said, like, for me it's fascinating because I feel like the UFC or the MMA or MMA in general is a newish type sport. So it's almost as if, like, I don't know if this makes sense for some of you guys who are a little bit more balls deep in MMA, but I almost feel like if you pay attention, like if you're passionate about the sport, because it's so new, it's almost impossible to be clueless because it's a new sport. You're kind of growing with it, especially if you dabble in Muay Thai, you go and wrestle a bit, you do a bit of jiu-jitsu, you get a better understanding of the sport pretty quickly, you pick up on it pretty quickly. So I find it really interesting how Brendan, a former fighter at the highest level, is so bad when it comes to picks. It's so bad when it comes to, you know, rallying for fighters and shit. Like, he just doesn't, like, how is that possible when you did the sport professionally yourself, and it's a newish type sport, and you were kind of a, you know, not a natural athlete. You kind of came at it later on in life, because I'd imagine, you know, I'm not sure if it's the same thing over there, but I think in the UK, you know, especially when it comes to football, the older you learn these type of things, the more you have to rely on technique. You have to kind of rely on the fundamentals, right? The basics. So you then have a great understanding of the sport you're doing, because nothing is like instinctual or just based on habit or something you've been doing since you were a kid. You kind of have to learn the fundamentals. So you'd imagine if Brendan did pick up MMA super late in life, let's say when he was 19, 21, he should have a greater understanding of the basics and knowing how to kind of identify who's a good fighter, who isn't a good fighter, see holes in people's games and shit. But for some reason, he doesn't have the ability to do that. He seems to be really bad. Every time he picks somebody to win, they lose. And every time he rallies behind somebody, they end up fucking faltering. It's really incredible to see.
Not his striking. I swear to God. I swear to God. Name the movie. I swear to God. Sausage Party. Yeah, but Bo Nickel should absolutely mollywop RDR. I know.
Oh my God. I didn't know he said mollywop. I just thought he's gonna say like, oh yeah, I think Bo Nickel should beat RDR. RDR looks like a skilled fighter. He looks like he's gonna be one of maybe Bo Nickel's greatest tests. But I think Bo Nickel, with the skills that he has, the attributes that he has, he's gonna come out the other side victorious. Not mollywop, not dog walk, not dominate. Like, come on, bro. Incredibly bad call, incredibly bad prediction.
Weight division champ from one championship. It's a great step up, and RDR's not scared of Bo Nickel, and he does have ways to win. But if Bo Nickel doesn't enforce his will on him with his wrestling, dude, that's the next step. Fuck RDR. You better mop the floor with him with your wrestling. That's what I need out of him. And he can do it. That's what's so frustrating. He can do it. Yeah. Let's go, Bo Nickel. Let's go, Bo. USA. USA. Bo Nickel, RDR. Bo, if you don't mollywop him with your Penn State pedigree, I'm going to fucking slam my dick in a door. Hard. And
I hope somebody pulls him up on that, by the way. If they do another Q&A, hope somebody brings that up again. Hey, Brendan, are you gonna slam your dick in the door now that Bo Nickel got beat? Will you follow through on that promise? Will you follow through on that bet, please?
You guys know how high I am on Bo Nickel. I think he's our last hope as an American, become world champion.
It's really strange he says that, considering all the other Americans who have been world champion, isn't it? Big up Asad Aziz.
Nope, Brendan was destined to fall at fighting. He wasn't able to humble himself, and he can't think on his feet. Also grew up W2 parents in a nice house.
Powerful bunch.
That's a very good. I never thought about that. That's a really
I've said it before and I'll say it again. We all have picked fights wrong. The way Brendan picks fights highlights his lack of knowledge. It's a 50-50 chance and he's always wrong.
Yeah, okay, cool. Let me go and big up Asad Aziz. Appreciate you, brother. Exactly. I think what I'm trying to get at with his predictions was what you mentioned. Like, we all pick fights wrong, and fights are really hard to fucking call. But it's just it's a low-cow trait in him. He's so like sure. He's so certain in what he says. Like, he's gonna mollywop. Like, he's so certain in what he says, and really and truly, like, when it comes to the UFC, even when I was sort of like watching it a lot, you don't have to do much. Just watch a couple of fights previously, especially when if it's a big card. Watch a couple of fights from each fighter, and you can kind of get an idea on where the fight will go. You can kind of get an idea on how the fight will be. You might get a prediction wrong, but you definitely won't say, "Oh, this person's gonna dominate." You're gonna kind of be able to call, okay, this person might do a bit better if they come up against the cage. If it goes to the ground, this person might do better if it goes here, if it goes there. But you're not gonna make these outlandish, grandiose predictions about somebody dominating and smashing him, because when you watch the tape, you'll realize, oh shit, these guys are quite well matched, or whatever else it may be. So it's just the way that he says things that just makes you think, huh? Like, did you actually watch any of RDR's fights? Did you closely watch Bo Nickal's fights, or did you really, you know, research or, you know, kind of laser in on some of the opponents Bo Nickal's had over his career and think, hold on, are these people actually that good? What have they done since they lost to Bo Nickal, and kind of figure out, you know, what level of competition they face, all these sorts of things to come to that position. It's very strange. And Bill A. Martinez too. I wonder if a lot of that kind of his upbringing also kind of played a part in that, you know, growing up in a fairly stable household in an affluent area, not having a lot of hardships against you. And also, like Brian, and it goes back to Brian Callen, we have to give Brian Callen credit. He probably didn't get in a lot of street fights, right? He probably didn't get in a lot of scraps. So you probably don't have that resolve, that kind of grit, that little bit of toughness that you get from, you know, being a little bit of a crazy person in the streets, which maybe didn't allow him to go to the second level or whatever. I just think ultimately, personally for me, I just think Brendan's just unlucky genetically. I think he was gifted with like size and strength and whatever else it may be, but he's just not an athlete. You know, it's unfortunate. It does happen sometimes. It's like when you see a guy who's like really tall and you assume he's in the NBA, but he's just a tall dude. You know, he can't play basketball. He doesn't enjoy sports whatsoever. He doesn't give a fuck. I think Brendan's one of those type of dudes. He's kind of built like somebody that should be playing sports professionally, but he's just not athletic. You know, he just has no athletic bone in his body whatsoever. And you see it when he plays basketball. Like, he looks so clunky and weird and uncoordinated, you know, no explosive. Like, it's just strange. He's just a strange amalgamation of a person.
Powerful bunch.
Oh, yo, big up Mech. Big up Blood Clot Mech. Appreciate you. Big up fucking Mech. What an absolute G. Big up Mech. Thank you for the 5 gifted membership bomb. You're an absolute legend. Appreciate you. Big up Mech. Everyone in the stream chat, if you get a membership gifted,
powerful bunch,
courtesy of Mech, make sure you say thank you. You're a legend. Appreciate you, Mech. Thank you.
If he doesn't use his wrestling, I'm going to bust. I'm going to freak the fuck out. If he's terrified of RDR's jiu-jitsu and powerful bunch 15 minutes of their bullshit striking, because RDR ain't can blow you away either on the feet. You're going to get a shitty amateur kickboxing match if these fucks don't decide to do some grappling.
Oh, no.
Powerful bunch.
We're MMA fighters. Of course, we have
powerful bunch.
That was a good clip. Oh, the one more. That was really good. Oh, that was really good.
Crumbles Bo Nickal, undefeated no longer, and say hello to a real contender.
We're MMA fighters. Of course, we have CTE.
Honestly, man, Bo Nickal, whatever you do, brother, go back to the drawing board and stay as far away as possible from fucking Brendan. Stay as far away as possible from Brendan Shaw. Please stay away from him, and just focus on kind of, you know, focus on fucking fixing the holes in your game or whatever may be, and learning from this loss. But whatever you do, do not endorse Brendan Schaub's endorsement of you. Do not shout him out. Do not acknowledge him. Just focus on your game. For the love of God, focus on your fucking game, because that Brendan endorsement, that Brendan stamp of approval is a fucking death sentence. It really fucking is, because, you know, all of a sudden Brendan's super big on Bo Nickal, Great White Hope, and then suddenly the next minute you're seeing him fucking crumpled up.
Powerful bunch.
Do you know what I mean?
Crazy. You abandoned us and never picked us up, but we still donate. Deadbeat Daddy Aggie.
No. I'm not. I promise this is the last time. I promise next time. I promise next time when I come back, I'll take you guys to McDonald's. All right. I promise I'll take you to McDonald's. You get everything. You can even get You can even get the extra large meal if you want to. Right. I promise. Big up Young Vibes. But we're in here until the fucking, when is it? What we're doing this until the 8th, innit, right? I think it's until the 8th. We're in here until the 8th of June. We're going super hard. Big up everybody that's tuning in. Appreciate you. Marathon stream. We're going to hit 500 members by the end of the fucking 31 days, which I think is going to be the 8th of June. If I'm not mistaken, that'll be a fucking great way to celebrate. So join, become a member, all that good shit. Let's fucking go. Y'all must have forgot. Actually, can I put this big screen? What would they have when I put this big screen? Cool, there we go.
Bo Nickel is fighting. Y'all must have forgot. You guys know how high I am on Bo Nickel. I think he's our last hope as an American, become world champion. If he doesn't use his wrestling, I'm going to freak the fuck out. He's such an elite wrestler. Be so dominant in wrestling, you don't give a fuck about their black belt. Wrestling usually beats jiu-jitsu 9 times out of 10 if you just have some defense. If we get a shitty striking match, I'm going to lose my shit and probably say nothing. But still, his transition is so high level from jiu-jitsu to wrestling. Dude, that's what makes him special, not his striking. Yeah, but Bo Nickel should absolutely mollywop RDR.
Fucking hell, man. Honestly, such a terrible prediction. Such a terrible prediction. So bad. So fucking bad. Big up, Brendan. Is it your birthday or is it Louis Vuitton? What's this about? Oh, let's go on her profile, actually. Let's go on Joanna's profile. What's she saying here? What happened there? Oh, this is the post, right? Okay, cool. Jesus Christ. 37. My lower back aches all the time. Your lower back aches? What, because Brendan's blowing your back out? Or because you're just old? That's a strange thing to post, isn't it? For your birthday shout out. My lower back hurts or aches all the time. What? Does she mean that from picking up the kids? Or does she mean from fucking? Or just being old and a mum? I'm not sure what that means. That sentence means. I go to bed at 8:40 p.m. They always lie about what time they go to sleep, innit? Both him and fucking Brendan. Both her and Brendan. I don't get that, lying about what time you go to bed.
Powerful bunch.
Yo, big up Shades Cow. Thank you for the 1 gifted membership. You're a legend as well. Big up Shades Cow. Big up Blood Clot Shades Cow for the 1 gifted membership. You're a fucking G. Big up Blood Clot Shades Cow. Appreciate you. Let me just get that noted on here. Apologies because my shit isn't working automatically, so I might have to do this manually and whatnot. You feel me? But we're still here. Big up Blood Clot Shades Cow. Appreciate you. It continues, and 90% of the time I look homeless. However, that still makes me the richest woman on earth. I'm surrounded by my family, friends, and I am overall pretty healthy. What an insane birthday post. Hold on, let's start again from the beginning. What? This lady's incredible. I love her so much. 37. My lower back aches all the time. I go to bed at 8:40 p.m. and 90% of the time I look homeless. However, that still makes me the richest woman on earth. I am surrounded by my family, friends, and I am overall pretty healthy. I hope my genetics continue to bless me with the coming years of aging. I don't even know what that fucking means, but wow. She thinks she looks homeless 90% of the time. Because what? She wakes up a couple of times and can't brush her hair because she has to look after her kids or give them breakfast. She thinks looking homeless is like wearing a Balenciaga football t-shirt and your hair isn't brushed or your hair isn't shampooed. That's what looking homeless is like to her, innit? Having to wear Balenciaga like tracksuit pants. Homeless, like whoever has called Slojo homeless. I don't think we've even seen her on a timeline. I don't think we've seen a single picture of Slojo on her timeline or during the time that I've been streaming without makeup. I don't think there's been a single time that I've seen this woman without makeup. So the fact that she thinks she looks homeless is hilarious because her face is always beat. However, it still makes me the richest person on earth. I'm surrounded by my family, my friends. I like how she doesn't mention her kids here, by the way. Really interesting, isn't it? Post wishing herself happy birthday, but there's no mention of her kids. She says her family, but doesn't mention her kids, like specifically. I'm surrounded by my family, friends. I'm overall pretty healthy. I love the little humble brag. I hope my genetics, you know, genetics that you got on the table, on the operating table, or how does that work? Continue to bless me with the coming ages of aging. Okay, girl. So that's her birthday post.
Powerful bunch.
Yo, big up Son Aziz.
The barrel and silicone is all genetics B. My queen, red heart emoji.
She's honestly the best. All of this is genetics, by the way, right? Genetics, the face genetics. It's all genetics. That stomach genetics. Ozempic is genetics. It's all fucking genetics. And if you don't agree, you're a hater. You're a hater and a loser. So for the birthday post, we get her taking a mirror selfie inside of a very, haphazard bathroom. A nice one nonetheless, but all over the place. Maybe it's a hotel bathroom, who knows. We get a post of her at her birthday leaving drinks dinner thing, I'm assuming. She's got on a nice, very casual, very demure, very subtle Louis Vuitton jacket. But most importantly, the tatas are out. Just in case you want to know what time it is, the tatas are always out during her birthday. And she's also got a nice Louis Vuitton branded birthday cake, which I don't know, a bit strange, that, isn't it? Bit strange. The only times I can remember people getting birthday cakes like this is when you were a kid. Like I remember when you were a kid, maybe someone would get like a Nike themed birthday cake. I've seen Bape themed birthday cakes. Maybe a birthday cake themed around a particular cartoon or something. But I don't think I've seen an adult, like a grown up, getting a birthday cake like this, Usually if you get one, it's usually your friends taking a piss. Maybe it's a picture of you doing something embarrassing. But this is a bit strange for a grown up to have, It's a bit strange. And I also don't know, maybe it's me because I pay too much attention to this sort of shit because of this stream and because my life revolves around these people. But I associate her more with Balenciaga and Gucci than I do with Louis Vuitton. It'd make more sense if she had like a Balenciaga cake or a Gucci cake than a Louis Vuitton cake, She doesn't even wear that much Louis. Or even a Birkin cake. That would make more sense because of the amount of Hermes Birkin bag she has. But Louis Vuitton doesn't make any sense, really. But anyway, what can you do? There you go. A nice birthday cake for her. Then we got another post featuring a birthday cake with more pictures of drinks and shit on the table. We've got one thing about Joanna, she's gonna let you know what she enjoys of herself, innit? And I think one thing that she likes is definitely her tits. I think Joanna is a fan of her own tits, innit? Because she doesn't miss opportunity to show you the cleavage. Slojo does not miss an opportunity to show you her cleavage. I think she's very proud of her tits, and I think she's very proud of her lips. I think if you asked her, gun to head, what's the best things that you've got work-wise, I think she'd say she's very proud of the work done on her lips and the work done on her tatas. I think she really enjoys them because in every picture there's always a post of it. She loves a good tatas and lips post. We've got another angle of the birthday cake and tatas on the lips. We've got another clip here featuring her and her friends. She's obviously the main fucking draw.
Happy birthday! Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
Hey yo, man them. The abuela in the blue jeans. Man them, fellas. The abuela in the blue jeans. Tearing it down.
Happy birthday.
I'm tearing it down. How many women in this group do you think hate Slojo secretly? Or big up Young Old Vibes. Any other ladies in Street Uchas here? How many women in this group do you think hate Slojo? Secretly hate her? Do you think they all fucking look up to her and think she's Kim? Or do you think some of them secretly fucking despise her? What do you think? Because she's got one bestie, right? The bestie I think is one in the blue jeans. That's the one that she showed the ring to or whatever, or tried to show up with the ring. I think the bestie is the blue jeans one, but I wonder how many in that group like despise her secretly. Oh, big up Josie, bro. Josie's there. Welcome.
Powerful bunch.
Oz want that Levi's cake instead of the LV.
Yo,
emoji,
I'm
light bulb emoji.
Yo, I'm tearing up Abuela in the fucking blue jeans. I'm tearing it up, bro. Tearing it up. Feel me? We're going rounds. You get me? We're going rounds, bro. Especially she's feeding me in between. You get me? Especially she's feeding me in between, running her fingers through my hair and shit, fanning me down. We are going rounds. We are slamming. Like, hey, until the room fucking stanks. You know what I mean? Until we have to open the windows and shit, get some fresh air in and that. You get me? I'm literally parched. Like, you know, after you finish a CrossFit workout, a WOD. You know what I mean? You got your head, you got your head in your hands like that. Like you just finished you just finished playing pickup basketball or something. You get me? We're going rounds, bro. I'm tearing up blue jeans. I'm tearing it up. We're going crazy. I swear to God, we're going crazy. Let's not play. Let's not play, bro. Let's not fucking play. But I'm just like wondering, because girl groups are always weird dynamic wise. They're always strange. Like they all act like they're besties, but secretly they will hate each other. So I'm trying to think of these of this, because it's a very broad range of ages. I can tell there's a couple of women here who look a little bit older than Slow Joe, who look a little bit younger, same age, different maybe, you know, careers, wealth, whatever. So I'm trying to think of how many women in this group secretly despise and hate Slow Joe, like proper hate her, and talk bad about her behind her back. She has no idea. Because of, you know, her personality and how she acts and shit and whatever, all the kind of things they say behind her back as well. I wonder how many. Or maybe she's the matriarch and maybe she's the main leader of the group and they really look up to her and they think she's the, like, you know, she's the little mini Kim in her group as well. You never fucking know. But yeah, interesting group nonetheless. Next post picture, you got a picture of her the next day, right? Proving, hey guys, look, no makeup, even though there's makeup on there, to prove that she looks good. And again, another picture where you can see her lips. I don't know if there's a little spot there, but you can definitely see what she's proud of when it comes to her features. Then we got a picture of her in her factory settings, by the way. Factory default settings is a picture of her when she's younger. A nice little cute baby picture of Slow Joe. Factory settings. Another one with factory settings. So this actually is interesting because these pictures, she looks a lot like her kids, innit? They look like, she looks in, you can tell the resemblance of like Tiger in Boston in these pictures. But she looks, these pictures don't look nothing like what she looks like now, you know? That's the only unfortunate thing about surgery and shit. You can look however you want to look. It can make you look hotter and whatever. But unfortunately, your kids are going to be factory settings. You know what I mean? They're going to get your factory setting genetics. They're not going to get BBL or, you know, whatever, chin sculpting, contouring, facelift, you know, whatever. They're not going to get those features. They're just going to get whatever you look like here, which is why I think these pictures, eat both of them.
Powerful bunch.
They look like Boston and fucking, what's his name?
Tiger. I will be her friend and take the old handbags off her hands and have free meals.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh, nice. Oh, actually, do you think they split the bill? Do you think they split the bill, or do you think Slow Joe takes Brendan's card and pays for everything? What do you think here? When they go out, do they split the bill, or does she take Brendan's card and just pay for everything on there? So Brendan not only pays for her fucking life, but he also pays for like girl trips and shit. Oh, that'll be brutal, bro. That'll be brutal. She makes him pay for like the girl trips and shit. Eek. Yo, big up Mr. Mace. Appreciate you. Big up Mr. Mace. I'm back now. I'm Consistency King. We are going all the way until the 7th, or I think the 8th of June. We're doing a stream every day on here. We're doing a stream every day on the Taj channel as well. We're trying to hit 500 members by the end of the fucking 31 days. We're going for it. We're here. We're queer. And we're ready to fucking rock. You get me? And we're ready to tear down blue jeans. Tigers emojis in the chat. Tiger emojis in the chat if you want to tear down blue jeans too. Let's continue. Let's continue before I get arrested. Let's move on. Let's move on. And then we'll change up tax here. I think we've done most of the things. Have I caught up on most of the things? So let's catch up on a few more, and then we'll move on to the videos we've got to react to. Let's do this one. That's fucking funny. Bowl nickel. Get it, guys? Bowl nickel. You get it? Bowl nickel. Even though the guy's name's pronounced Bo, he still says bowl nickel. I fucking love it. That's fucking great. We got the person that made that one. Let's go back to the post. Luke wouldn't move to Texas, Austin. Yes, let's play this one. Luke would have moved to Austin.
He's ever been, and probably the best he's ever been. But he didn't let go of his weirdness. He kept it. That is exactly what we wanted. We wanted to keep the weirdo, just tighten up the defense. We have reached peak Yuri Prochazka. I'm here for it.
You know, they have that saying, keep Austin weird, Luke.
That's right.
You know,
keep
and now
Yuri
all
weird.
Dude, all the comedians are moving there, Luke. Would you ever move to Austin?
I'd rather get shot in the face with liquid Ebola than move to Austin.
Okay, all right, here you go. Also, no
What
strings
is-
attached.
Oh my fucking God.
Dude, O'Malley almost became champion right there.
Dude, okay. Remember how I said keep Yuri weird?
Yeah.
We got to make Marab less weird. It's not working.
Do you think, like Schaub, he needs a handler, Luke, or what? You know?
Okay. All right. All right. Skits and bits. Here
There we
are.
go. All right.
I fucking love BC. Honestly, I fucking love BC. He's a fucking legend, man. Skits and bits never fucking stops. He always catches Luke unawares, completely unawares. Oh yeah. He needs a handler. But big up Rogan, by the way. That was an incredible fucking line. That's never, ever, ever, ever gonna go anywhere. He needs a fucking handler. I fucking love that one. Continuing on, we got the fuck when you read. What's that, man? The fuck when you read to read that properly impersonate Diddler. What?
If you're having sex with strangers, it's a bad idea.
This is my point.
Yeah.
That's exactly, and not even just that. Check this out.
What? He's losing the plot, mate. What the fuck is going on there? He's absolutely losing the plot. What the hell's going on there?
If you're having sex with strangers, it's a bad idea.
This is my point.
Yeah.
That's exactly, and not even just that. Check this out.
What?
If you're having sex with strangers, it's a bad idea.
This is my point.
Yeah.
That's exactly, and not even just that. Check this out.
The things he's doing for views, boy. The things he's trying to do to go viral. Fucking hell. Big stars want to be on Tfatk all the time. Let's play this one. Big stars want to be on Tfatk all the time, allegedly.
Well, you have people on Fighter and a Kid. You have people come.
Guest?
Yeah.
Very rare.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Whenever Brendan breathes, he lies. It's like DSP. If DSP's breathing, he's lying. If Brendan's breathing, he's lying. You guys have guests on Tfatk, right? Presented with an easy question, just tell the truth. Yeah, we do have guests. We have guests on all the time. You know, that's primarily what Tfatk was about, having guests on. It's not really a solo kind of, you know, duo cast or podcast and shit. It's mostly about having guests, you know? No, we don't. Yeah, you do. Check your fucking video. Like, every other week you've had a fucking guest on. What are you talking about? No, we don't. Okay, I guess.
Like, we have,
Would you do that?
And only
What?
friends. Like, we had Jeff Dye. I mean,
right.
I don't know if we'd have Zuck.
But that's still a guest. You know, even if you do have friends on, you still have guests. Like, you're acting like you don't have guests on. The question was, you have guests on all the time or most of the time, right? You should say yes. It doesn't matter if they're friends or not. Like, and to be honest, the only reason why they don't have a lot of guests now is because, you know, of what went down with, you know, Kalila, whatever, blah-de-blah, Brian's fucking rape allegations. That's why they don't really have a lot of guests now. Bobby Lee sort of shit. But Tfatk is primarily a guest-based podcast, really. Which is why I'm interested to see what happens when they go to Austin, Texas. Will they keep doing what they're doing now, where they're doing a lot of, like, you know, shows also without guests? Or will they try and, like, clout chase and get back in the good graces of people in the comedy world so they can get those guests back on? Because unfortunately, those are the ones that are going to get their views up. But are those same people going to want to go on the show because of their loyalties to Bobby Lee?
Powerful bunch.
Big up side disease.
This month's guest we got Jeff Dye, Chris D'Elia, Jeff Dye again. All the stars are here.
Exactly. Chris D'Elia, Jeff Dye again, Jelly Roll. Non-stop hits, non-stop carousel of some of the best people in the world. Wes Watson, Liver King. Another cancelled person.
Well, you had what's his name on Kato Kalin, right?
Yeah, but that's something I'm interested in.
Yeah. No, I understand.
But we get hit up all the time. Like, there's an
Yeah.
He's like, what about this big star? I'm like, no.
Right.
No, but I think
I don't believe that, by the way. We get hit up all the time about big celebrities that they're gonna have. So Brendan's trying to make it seem as though, because I think this conversation, the context was that Brendan wouldn't have Mark Zuckerberg on Tfatk because he's got nothing to talk to him about, and because he doesn't agree with him politically, and he thinks he's a cock, and he doesn't like that he's kind of, you know, wormed his way into the UFC with his money, or bought himself into UFC. So Brendan's trying to argue that he has principles and he wants to morals or whatever, and he cares about the integrity of the show and how good it is and shit, and he doesn't think that Mark Zuckerberg would be a good guest for Tfatk because they're silly and loose and fun and controversial and blah 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 blah. When the reality is, if a guest of the caliber of fucking Mark Zuckerberg came across their fucking desk, they would obviously slap their arms off and fucking take him. Why wouldn't they? Because the show is already faltering and going through what it's going through, and it's primarily a guest-based podcast. Why would they refuse fucking Mark Zuckerberg an appearance on there, but they're okay with Jeff fucking Dye? Like, come on, man. No one believes you.
No, but there are certain. Okay, it's one thing to have like, hey, my this actor's coming out in a movie. Can they come on Fighter and the Kid? Okay, I get it.
Yeah, no. You get what? No.
Yeah, I get saying no, but Zuckerberg?
No. I'm not saying Zuckerberg.
I don't think so. I like,
and I also think they handle a lot of their bookings now. I think in the past, when the show was way more popular and they were making a lot more money, I think they outsourced it to somebody else to book, maybe an agent, maybe a booking person, whatever it may be. But I think nowadays they do a lot of things in house. I think they reach out to people directly to kind of, hey, do you want to come on the show? I don't think they do. I don't think they get a lot of inbound requests from managers of prominent people to go on their show. They're not involved, and it's kind of brutal how that happens. They got taken out of that, you know, of that circulation, of that, of the rotation, of the stops that everyone goes to when they're promoting a special, whatever it may be. No one goes. When's the last time? I can't think of it actually. Can anyone think off the top of their head? When's the last time a prominent stand-up comedian went on Tfatk to promote their stand-up special that was dropping? Even Chris Lear didn't even go on Tfatk, did he? Even Chris didn't go on Tfatk to promote his fucking special. Pretty wild.
I'm not discrediting me or Brian. I have nothing to say to him.
Yes, you do, though.
I don't, though.
I think you do.
I don't buy his shtick. I don't buy any of it.
That's what you have to say to him.
No, I wouldn't bring him in and disrespect him. I respect him enough. I wouldn't bring him in and be like, hey, dude, I still think you're a cock, dude.
Imagine calling Mark Zuckerberg a cuck because he, you know, used to vote left or something, or he wore a blue tie. Like, why exactly does Brendan think Mark Zuckerberg's a cuck? Because he's a bit of a geek essentially, and doesn't really have the most outgoing personality. That's why he's a cuck, because he comes across a little bit robotic. Like, what is it about Zuckerberg that makes him a cuck? I don't understand it. Like, Brendan hates him so much. It's so weird. But like somebody said in the stream chat, it probably has a lot to do with Brendan feeling like Instagram have shadow banned him, which is why he's not as popular when really, or why a lot of his stuff doesn't get as much traction or engagement, when the reality is probably that people just don't interact with his shit because they don't, you know, he's not really interesting and he's not that funny. So it kind of is what it is. But in Brendan's head, Mark Zuckerberg essentially ruined his life. So that's why he's gonna be fucking, he's gonna be he's gonna be an MZK until the day that he dies. He's gonna be MZK till the day that he dies, I guess. Fair play. Let's continue on. What's this? Wow. What's going on here? Wow. There's a paid partnership now with Brendan's got paid partnerships going on with for Dry Fast or Gas. Okay, let's watch this. Let's go on Brendan's actual Instagram. Let's see what he posted about this. There's paid partnerships on Brendan's Dry Fast or Gas shit. Where is it? Do I have Brendan's Instagram here? Well, I have everybody else, but not Brendan. Okay, cool. Let me get Brendan's Instagram up on here. I want to see what this paid partnership is about. Big up everybody tuning in. Big up everybody tuning in. Appreciate you. Make sure you smash the like button for me. There's over 100 people watching live. I'd appreciate if any of you could smash the like button for me if you're enjoying the show. That'd be greatly appreciated. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What's going on here?
Powerful bunch.
Yo, big up NJ Ranger.
Nazis are out here posting. Yeah, I'm shadow banned B.
Exactly. This is the worst time to say you're shadow banned. The worst time ever in society, in history, to say you're shadow banned, because everybody is letting it fly. Every platform's letting it fly. That's a great point. Big up NJ Ranger. That's a fucking brilliant point. Nazis are out here posting. Yeah, that's a great fucking point. You're not shadow banned. You just suck. Yeah, okay. I can't find the post where he spoke about paid partnerships on here. So I don't see it. Or maybe hold on. There you go. Maybe it's on the Dry Fast or Gas page. Paid partnerships. Where is it? Where's the paid partnerships post? No, I don't see it on there. I don't see it on here. Ooh, look at the little Zoolander blue still face, isn't it? What's going on there, bro? Look at the blue still face there, isn't it? Look at the blue still face. What's going on there? Did he just fart? Did he just fart? Did he smell his own fart? Is he sucking on a lemon? Something happened here, isn't it? Like, look at the blue still face. This new identity he's got is just hilarious, man. This fucking this car guy identity thing is absolutely hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Let's continue. Bear with me a second. Let's get back on the page. We did wow. Master storyteller, long and boring. Big up Haphazard. Big up Blood Clot Haphazard. Let's post this. Let's see what this is all about. Long and boring. Let's see what he says here.
Your boy's tired today. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Why?
My alarm. So the night before, a water main broke in the middle of the road.
Hate to see it.
Hate to see it at 1 a.m. And so the LA county's out there fix it. The hole in was the size of this room. The hole in the road. I mean, water was fucking. I mean, it looked like a movie. I mean, the middle of the road's gone. So they're fixing that, and then they.
More anti-LA propaganda before you leave for Austin, Texas, right? Suddenly, all of these fucking issues become the main talking point in his solo podcast just before he leaves Austin. I'm sure these things have occurred in the past. He's never, made an effort to mention it. But now that he's moving to Austin, suddenly he wants to start sharing all of these, horror stories about LA. LA this bad, LA that bad. That's why I'm going to go live with Daddy Rogan. All right, guy. We get it. We get it.
They got to, pave it. And it's just loud. So I was up at 2, and then all day at the baseball field. And the team sucked, so we dominated. So I was just like sitting there zoning out. Then last night, there's been a lot of burglaries in our neighborhood. Burglaries.
Maybe it's a bit woke for me to say. This. But I don't know. I used to go take my little brothers to football games. I used to watch all my brothers' football games, trials and shit, all over the fucking country. And I don't know, when you're watching kids play, you don't really talk about kids like that. You don't really say, oh yeah, that kid sucks, that team sucked. Even if my fucking brother was trying to get into the team, was trying to be one of the 2 players that was picked for those spots and shit out of 100 kids. They're all kids. You get me? You're encouraging them all. I don't know about you guys, but when I had to go watch my brothers on trials or playing football, you start cheering on the kid. If a kid from the opposite team fell over and stuff or busted their knee, you help them up. You cheered them along. If you saw one kid had their head down, you cheered them on. If your brother's team was if your sibling or child's team was smashing the other team and they started crying, you'd put your arm around them and encourage them and tell them to get their chin up. You wouldn't really be rubbing it in the kid's face or you lost, you guys suck and shit. You wouldn't be speaking like that about a kid, really. Even if they did suck, wouldn't really say that. Even on the way home, you tell your fucking son or your brother to respect their opponent, So it's strange how he uses that kind of vernacular. He's kind of trying to live through his kids vicariously. It's like, it really isn't that deep when it comes to, especially at that age. I think you can have that kind of ruthless, win at all cost mentality later on in life, but you don't really need to be that cutthroat and mean to the opposition side when the kid's 10 years old. So it seems a bit of bad taste. Maybe I'm a bit too woke and a bit, I'm a little bit too soft, but I don't know. I've never done that personally.
It's up in our area. It's up 700% since the fires. Not 70%, not 77%, 700%. A few friends' house got broken into. Some of the dads coach.
Does he even know what 700% looks like or what that means or what that equates to? Can he quantify what 700% is? He just hears the number and he's like, it's really, really big. It's 3 digits. Does he even know what that fucking quantifies as? None. 0.
Where their house got broken into, so we're leaving at a good time. It is what it is. It'll go back to normal, but right now it's fucking, Armageddon out here. And so I heard an alarm keep going off at 1.
Yo, big up Jack Donahue Jr. Big up for the info. Big up Jack Donahue Jr., a legend. In the US, a quote-unquote baseball dad is a specific guy as a derogatory term. They abuse their and other children because baseball. Brandon is proven to be baseball dad. Wow. So it's specific to baseball only. Is that what you're trying to say? In America, for some reason, baseball brings out. What is it about baseball? Do you guys think that brings out the douchey in guys, especially, to be that kind of a toxic baseball dad? What is it specific about that sport, like that brings out that kind of asshole in dads? Like, it seems strange why that seems to happen. Why did they all turn into that kind of person? Wild.
1:30. I'm like, what the? I know my car alarms. And my cars are secured, so I'm like, whatever. But I leave my excursion outside. If you're gonna get something, steal that. I mean, I love it to death, but out of all my cars, that's the one to not steal, because you're not gonna flip it for much money.
Do you know what you're even saying? Can you make your mind up? I'll keep the excursion outside because it's the one of the least value, and if someone steals it, it's not gonna be a big deal. So if you're gonna steal one of my cars, steal the excursion. Right? Encouraging car thieves. I guess he realizes what he's saying mid-sentence, so he changes it and says, that's one you shouldn't steal. It's like, what? Do you even know what you're saying, bro? Can you maybe figure out what you're going to say before you say it? Or maybe take your time with what you're saying so you don't fumble your words? Because this is a weird sentence.
Everybody leave my excursion outside. If you're going to get something, steal that. I mean, I love it to death, but out of all my cars, that's the one to not steal, because you're not going to flip it for much money unless, has some cool parts on it, but it's just a Power Stroke 6.0 2003. So it's, it's not the end of the world, but it would suck.
I love when he starts naming things and starts reeling off those type of details so he can sound like a car guy, That's so forced, isn't it? It's so fucking forced when he does that sort of shit. He starts to name all the parts on his car and things. It's like, bruh, come on, man. Come on, bruh. There's no need to do this, man. It's like when somebody, it's like when certain rap fans start to, refer to their favorite artist by their fucking government name in that to prove that they're a real fan and shit. It's like, or they pronounce a foreign athlete's name in the accent that the person's from natively. It's like, come on, bro. I mean, come on, calm down, calm fucking down.
I love that thing. They're hard to find. Especially built, all that. I love the thing, and I redid the interior. It's whatever. Don't steal it, please. But I know the alarms on my car. I hear it going off. I'm like, what the fuck? And Joe's like, is someone stealing your car? I'm like, that's not. I know my alarms. It's not my car. Go back to sleep. It turned off. I'm like, it's probably the neighbors. They have a lame Tesla, so I'm like, it's probably that Tesla just freaking out because it didn't get charged or some shit, or someone walked by it with testosterone or something, right? So it keeps.
So boring. It's so boring, man. Boo to these jokes. So the alarm went off probably because somebody walked by it with testosterone. Like, huh? What? Like, wrapping your whole identity around driving gas fucking, in gas cars. It's so fucking weird, isn't it? There's something. It's equally as, for the people that are like sycophants and like fanboys and lickasses of Tesla and Elon, I think it's just as weird to have your whole identity wrapped around not being an EV guy, right? And all being about gas guzzling cars. It's like, it's super pathetic. Like, that's your identity. That's what defines who you are, right? Come on, bro. Get a life.
It's going off, and I'm like, oh, trying to sleep here. And it keeps going off. I'm like, what the fuck is that? So I get my gun, and Joanna's like, I think that's your car. I'm like,
so I get my gun. The best response, by the way. Brendan with a gun is a scary thought, isn't it? So I get my gun.
Why would it be my car?
I thought you liked the fisticuffs, bro. I thought there's nothing a single leg couldn't sort out. I thought there's nothing a single leg could sort out. You need a gun? Interesting.
I know my alarms. So I get my gun, get the dog. We go outside, and sure enough, it's the excursion. Because I have it on a trickle charger, so the batteries don't die. I have all my cars on trickle chargers. And it tripped something in the alarm. It just kept going off. I was like, oh, hell no. Took that off. The alarm turned off. But then your adrenaline's going. I don't know if someone's out there. Robbery's up fucking 700%. So, I figured my adrenaline was going. Your boy got no sleep.
I thought he was about to say, that would have been way funnier if he said, but my adrenaline was going and I had my gun out, so I just went looking for someone to shoot, Like, I went to all the roughest areas, aka the black areas, to go and see if anybody could get on my nerves I could shoot. That'd been way more funny, you know, to go down that angle. But you know, maybe that's a little bit too dark or a little bit too on the nose of what he actually would have thought.
Up from 2 to here we are. Here we are.
Well, you look good.
Thanks, man. Thanks, bro. I'm excited for Texas.
Cool, man. There we go. A nice little anti-LA story before we move to Texas. Right on brand, right on cue. A nice little anti-LA story to get you prepared for the Texas move. Aren't you excited? Aren't you happy for them? Bloody hell. Okay, cool. Let's continue. Papa's Bone Nickel retroactive take and training ideas. Let's hear what Brendan has to say about Bone Nickel's devastating loss to RDR in the recent fucking UFC Fight Night shit. Let's see what he thinks. Let's see what he thinks. Let's see what his review of it is, because he said Bone Nickel was gonna mollywop, was gonna destroy RDR. That didn't pan out to be the case. So let's see, will Brendan have a little bit of self-reflection and honesty, and will he be a little bit introspective and be able to hold his hands up and say he completely got that one wrong, and tell Bone Nickel to go back to the drawing board and address most of his deficiencies and try and work on them to come back stronger? And will he emphasize how difficult it is to actually predict who's going to be the winner of the UFC fight? And, you know, although he was rooting for Bone Nickel, he really didn't, you know, have any idea how good RDR was. Will he say that? Or will he make every excuse under the sun and basically say he did nothing wrong, he did everything correct? Let's see. Let's see what he does.
And we're going to get to Bo Nickel. God damn it, are we going to get to Bo? I was in the worst mood. You guys know how high I am on Bo Nickel. And I got the DMs. Oh, way to go. And you guys called me the F word. And how's your great white hype now, F-er? I'm like, geez, man. That's like.
I don't think anyone called him the F word. I think people called him out for being stupid and dumb and having terrible predictions, but he doesn't want to say those type of things because it's going to make him look bad. So he's going to try and make it humorous. But I don't think anyone was joking. I think people were really taking pleasure in the fact that he completely got those calls wrong.
Aggressive, but I get it. I rode his American nutsacks all the way into the ground. On Monday's show, I should have said this. This is an absolute horrible matchup for Bo Nickel.
How can you start off your review of the fight that you predicted would go one way and say what I should have said was this? Just say I got it wrong. What the fuck? What an odd way to kind of review the fight and to maybe add more commentary to your prediction. What I should have said was, no, just say I got it wrong. I got it wrong. RDR's fucking really high level, and Bo Nickel maybe isn't as good as I probably thought he was. He's got a lot to work on, but I have faith in him. He's got a good skill set, a decent mindset. I'm familiar with his coaches, and I know they're gonna push him to, you know, to maybe, you know, correct those indeficiencies, fix them, so that the next time he fights somebody of that caliber, he can maybe make a better showing of himself. But let's have some contrition, man. Let's have some fucking reflection. Let's have some honesty. What I should have said. It's incredible.
RDR does not give a flying fuck about, I swear to God, he doesn't give a flying F about your wrestling credentials, because it's 2025. Now, if this is 2001, 2010.
Didn't he say in a prediction that Bo Nickel's wrestling is so high level, if he decides to wrestle, you know, RDR doesn't have an answer for it? And now he's suddenly saying that wrestling doesn't matter. He's incredible. He acts as if that this show isn't recorded. You know, that's how he acts. He acts as if the show isn't recorded. He acts the same way that fucking Crystalia acted before he found out, you know, Snapchat fucking post could get fucking recorded. He really does think this show just exists and kind of explodes after it's finished and never to be played again. Like, huh?
Even 2015, and you're an elite wrestler, you can go pretty far in the UFC. Probably Khabib's striking was not good, but
Khabib's striking was not good. I seem to remember he clipped Conor a couple of times with some pretty good striking. Didn't he specifically go to, I forgot what that camp was, to improve some of his striking too? Khabib's striking was pretty good for what it was, all things considered, for his fighting style. What are you talking about? Khabib's striking wasn't good. Huh? It was better than yours.
He was so MMA wrestling dominant, he didn't have to worry about it. Bo Nickal should take a version of Khabib's. He for whatever reason, his wrestling's not translating. It's just not.
Hold on. Khabib had some areas of his game that he kind of, worked on, such as his striking. Was he trying to say to Bo Nickal? He says he should not focus on striking then and just focus on his wrestling. I don't understand what this even advice is about. What's this advice he's trying to give Bo Nickal here? I'm confused.
And the reality is, it's 2025, and the talent level of the UFC is much higher than it was back in the day, in the lighter weight classes.
You didn't say all of this before the fight, mate. You didn't say none of this before the fight. You said Bo Nickal was going to mollywop, was going to destroy, was going to come out of it victorious against RDR. Now all of a sudden, the talent level. Like, what?
205 and up, different conversation. I'll have the conversation with anyone. It's the guys who are ranked top 5 now in 205 and heavyweight probably aren't ranked in the top 5 8 years ago. It's heavyweights are different and light heavyweights are different. But below 85 and below is the conversation where your skill set has to be so good and well-rounded.
Did he say below or did he say blow? Like blow or below?
Heavyweights are different and light heavyweights are different. But below 85 and below.
Blow. 84th and blow. He can't even pronounce below. He can't even pronounce below. He just says blow. Blow.
It's heavyweights are different and light heavyweights are different. But below 85 and below is the conversation where your skill set has to be so good and well-rounded that you're unless you're a complete outlier like
outlier. I heard it both ways.
You're a complete outlier like Izzy's not exactly a great grappler. Alex Pereira is a guy that had success at 80.
Alex P era, as in PP.
Alex Pereira is a guy that had success. Powerful bunch.
P era. Big up Sadaziz.
He needs to work on his striking, but there's not enough time. Hess an elite wrestler who should be molly-whopping, but you can't be champ with just wrestling. You can be the greatest, but it don't count. It's different. Be an outliker. Hey, thanks, Schaub.
Thanks, Shaw. Great chat. Bo Nickal after that conversation. Thanks, Shaw. Great chat. Thanks for stopping by the gym. Fucking hell. Be an outliker. Okay, I'll be an outliker. Thanks for the tips. Bo Nickal scratching his head like, what? You want me to be an outliker? Okay, cool. Not work on my striking. Just focus on my wrestling. Okay, cool. But didn't you just say you can't be dominant in just wrestling if you come in this area of the UFC? Oh, I fucking love this.
Success at 85, but he's so elite at striking, they give him the proper matchups. But when you're a grappler, you have to be so dominant, like Merab with insane cardio. You have to, it's just tenacity, takedown. He'll entertain on the feet, but takedown. Cejudo, you're just like, what about Cejudo? Different type of wrestling, right? The freestyle wasn't where he excelled. It's more Greco, Olympic world champion. But also,
didn't he win an Olympic gold medal in freestyle? Or am I bugging? He didn't excel in freestyle wrestling. Didn't he? Isn't that what he won the Olympic gold medal in?
You're like, well, about Cejudo, different type of wrestling, right? The freestyle wasn't where he excelled. It's more Greco. Olympic.
Again, I'm just guessing here. I'm not the biggest balls deep guy in MMA, but if I'm not mistaken, didn't Cejudo win an Olympic
Powerful bunch.
Blah blah blah. Tell him about blah blah blah. Like her.
I don't like her. Honestly, that might have to be the new one. Out like her might have to be the new powerful bunch, man. That might have to be the new powerful bunch. Out like her. Out like her. You know what? I was just thinking, Out Like Her might be a good name for like a gay club, you know? That might be a good name for a gay club or for like a kink night. Out Like Her. You know? Out Like Her. Ooh, that might be a good name for a club. I'm not gonna lie.
Olympic world champion, but also he adapted very well to mix it up. But just to put a little hope into Bo Nickel fans out there, and for the naysayers too.
You too, by the way.
Remember, Cejudo got finished by knees from Mighty Mouse. Very similar. It's different because Cejudo did crazy. Hamzat would eat his fucking.
Very similar. It's different.
Lunch right now because Hamzat is a mixed martial artist and he has a lot more experience in mixed martial arts. Now, if this is pure wrestling, if this is straight freestyle wrestling, Bo Nickel destroys. It's not even remotely close. Hamzat, whoever you want, middleweight,
But it's not freestyle wrestling, is it? It's MMA. It's the UFC. So this is a moot conversation. What?
Mops the fucking floor with him. But this is not wrestling. This is MMA. You have to have other tools. There's not enough hours in the day for where Bo's striking's at to get to an elite level.
This is fundamentally one of the issues I have with his analysis of things. In Brendan's brain, and I wonder why, maybe it's just his shortcomings as a fighter himself or as an athlete. He always says this. When a fighter who's maybe really high level in a certain discipline, whatever it may be, whatever, thing that they are good in, whether it's jiu-jitsu, striking, Muay Thai, wrestling, grappling and shit, whenever that Pacific fighter who got really high up in the rankings meets somebody who maybe kind of undoes or picks apart their one thing that they do well, Brendan's always very quick to tell them, don't bother trying to close the skill gap in the other areas of your game that aren't as high as maybe your preferred fighting style. Instead, just double down on what you do, which to me makes no sense, because surely if you've reached the end of the road in terms of what you can do to people, in terms of how you can dominate with just wrestling and grappling, and then you hit a level where the people above that are gonna ask a lot more questions of you, and they're gonna push you and take you into deeper waters, surely you should equip yourself with more skills, with more tools in your arsenal, so that you can defend yourself and ultimately win. No one's saying you're gonna become expert level, super high level proficiency level in a short space of time, but surely working on it. It's like, I think of like Chase Hooper as a good example. Do you remember how horrible Chase Hooper looked on his feet the first few fights he had in the UFC? And now over time, because he's fighting better fighters, he's having to last a lot longer, and the fights are usually going the distance. He can't just rely on his jiu-jitsu and his wrestling. He has to have some semblance of striking, some semblance of being able to fight people on his feet, and he's improved dramatically. I don't think his striking is ever going to be to the level of his jiu-jitsu, because I'm sure he's got a pretty high level in that, but you still have to work on it. So I'm curious why Brendan, who's a former fighter, doesn't think there's any use in spending any time working on the areas of your game that you're poor in as a fighter, especially if you're trying to aim for the belt. Because I think Bo Nickel's trying to be a champion, right? He's trying to aim for that kind of top spot. Surely after that fight, you want to work on all your deficiencies. Brendan's like, nah, don't do that. Just double down, triple down on the wrestling. But it didn't work, It didn't work. That's what happens when I try and just focus on wrestling against high level guys. They just keep fucking kneeing me in the abdomen. What a strange. But I wonder if it's just all more of a. I wonder if this way of thinking
powerful bunch
is a projection. Big up.
What's up, Dallas? We got some outlikers in the crowd tonight. Look at you guys. They call me the Great White Hope, the white supremacist whisperer. We got a mountain Muslim prom mule.
The white supremacist whisperer. We got a mountain Muslim Saunders is a crazy guy, man. We've got a mountain Muslim problem. It's fucking insanely racist, but so funny. Mountain Muslim.
There's not. He's such a, and Bo's an elite athlete. That's how hard striking is. Striking in MMA takes a long, long time to get comfortable and to execute a game plan. So what are we going to work on? Your wrestling, your ground and pound, and submissions.
So don't bother working on your striking. Don't worry about it. If your striking is bad, just leave it as being bad. Why can't you work on everything at the same time? Like, what is wrong with this dude, man? Such a strange perspective. Maybe maybe there's a utility in like focusing in what you're good at only and doubling down on your strengths. But there comes a point, especially I think in UFC happens all the time. Whenever a fighter has to go fight somebody who's top 5, that level is just another step up. Maybe even top 10 is a step above. You start to notice that those fighters at that kind of level, they've got answers to your shit. You know, you're not gonna catch them with the stuff you caught people in lower down the rankings. So surely, if that's the case, you should be working on your deficiencies. But according to Brendan, not so much.
Fuck your striking. We're going to do just enough so you don't look like a moron. We're going to do just enough where for some reason your takedowns get stuffed. You can survive on your feet, but we're looking for the takedown against the cage in the middle of the octagon. You've got to become that dominant wrestler like you were at Penn State. But if they tell me, if his coach is like, Chop, take it easy, man. His striking is really good in the gym. We're going to focus on striking, forget about wrestling. I'll tell you, he won't last long. This won't be his first loss.
But they're not going to say about forget wrestling. They're going to focus on the wrestling still, but they're going to try and work a little bit on the striking as well. You just do everything. Surely if you're Bo Nickel and you know your wrestling's high level anyway, maybe the best thing to do is to probably not work as much on your wrestling during whatever your fight camps and shit, and focus more on trying to close the skill gap, level gap when it comes to your striking. And then that will give you the confidence to know that you can hang when you're on your feet. And then obviously when it goes to the ground, you know you're going to dominate. But for Brendan, that doesn't matter. No, if you're not good at something when you start it, you shouldn't try and improve it. Okay. That maybe explains Tfatk, okay?
If his whole mentality doesn't change and go, okay, I got to become the Khabib of 185 and absolutely break everybody with my grappling. Fuck striking. I'll do enough. But you got to take a page out of Jake Shields. You got to take a page out of Khabib's. When he's forced to strike, he's...
Jake Shields and Khabib. Interesting duo of people you should take example from.
You guys know I love Bo. His striking, I've seen better guys on a regional level, man. I see better guys in Contender Series. It's just not there.
Shouldn't he work on it then, if it's just not there? If Bo Nickel's striking is that bad... By the way, I don't think he knew Bo Nickel's striking was that bad. I don't think Brendan watched much Bo Nickel tape or followed him that closely or did his research. I think the first time he saw what level Bo Nickel's striking is really at against a high-level person who can actually strike was against RDR the other day. I don't think he had any idea how bad it was. I don't think he paid any attention. That's the first time he actually saw it. He was like, oh, maybe our prediction was wrong.
That's okay. Because if this is a video game, your striking's a 1 at a... I'm not being mean. His striking's a 1 at the UFC level. His grappling's a 10. His wrestling grappling's a 10. Why the fuck are we trying to win?
Yo, big up Casey.
Dip doesn't understand Khabib's striking nuance.
I don't know. Maybe I just tried, I'm just doing what I classically do, which is trying to explain the inexplainable. But it's just fascinating. Like, he came into the sport late. Whenever you come into a sport late, you kind of are forced to learn the fundamentals. You can't rely on habit. You have no pattern recognition to kind of go off of. So you kind of have to learn the basics. And when you do, you gain a greater appreciation for like developing and honing your skill set. because you're working on everything at the same time to try and figure out what the right path is for you. So it's funny how Brendan doesn't believe at all that there's any utility, any use in trying to improve the areas of your game that are a bit short. No, fuck that. Just focus on the things you're good at, and everything else will just figure itself out, I guess, by magic. Strange mentality.
With the one, RDR's not even a fucking knockout artist. That was cakewalk for him. Knees? Practice?
Yeah. Could you imagine what? I'd love to see what Brendan would do nowadays if he had to fight. The level of competition is so high. I would love to see what happened with him if he had to fight. Anyway, let's move on. Let's do a couple more, and then we'll go to the latest episode of Tfatk. Let's do a couple more. We're going to say episode of Tfatk. Big up everybody tuning in. Appreciate you. Smash the like button down below. Don't be lame. Smash the like button down below. They are vegetarian, Papa. Let's see this. They are vegetarian.
Jackass star Chris Pontius disagrees with you, saying 100 men couldn't take down.
He can't fight them.
Jesus Christ. The bazookas are out today, innit? God damn, Sanaz. She's got the tatas out tonight, innit? They are zooming. They are poking. They are staying. They are steady. The tatas are out. God damn it, girl. Fucking yeah.
Though that's the problem.
Listen,
so of course Chris thinks that if you have 100 killers, like 100 bad motherfuckers, dude, you're gonna beat the fuck out of
Brian.
Even
Brian's gonna go first.
Even 200 regular men. So 100 regular men at 200 pounds is 20,000 pounds against a 400-pound gorilla, 500-pound gorilla.
You ever seen the stats on a gorilla though?
It doesn't matter. It's
Benches like
20,000 pounds of men, and human beings.
The stats on the gorilla.
So here's exactly what would happen.
The problem is their bite.
Some guys are going to get fucked up, but
the first 5 after that, we're fucking him up.
All of them, because and he's going to gas. Gorillas don't have endurance. Gorillas
They're
eat
vegetarian,
leaves, and they don't have endurance. They can't fight 100 men. 100 men are going to overwhelm. Just jumping on his back, all of us piling on. He's on the ground.
This guy's closest. Don't get me wrong.
Brian. Do you remember when Brian was on that show? Do you guys remember when Brian was on that show with the porn stars or with the OF girls, and they did that prank where they fake pretended one of the girls' guys came into the studio and was crashing out on the girl and calling her a whore for doing the podcast? Do you remember when Brian scurried out of there in these little flip flops when he thought that prank was real? And here was Brian talking with his chest about how he would fuck up a gorilla. All it takes is 5 strong men. It's like, what, bro? You ran away when some dude came into a podcast studio, you know, doing a little skit, doing a little jokey joke. And here he is thinking he can take on a gorilla. All right, brother. Whatever you say, man. Whatever you say. Whatever you say, pal. Whatever you say. Obviously, Rinks don't know about Papa play golf religiously. What? A new lie. Brent said he played golf. Big other people in the stream chat that actually play golf. This is probably going to infuriate you. If you actually do play golf, you're gonna get probably pissed off by this. Let's see.
Here, huh?
Dude, the helicopter's the biggest flex. I remember when I was doing that Tim Tebow charity golf tournament. They're like, Bubba Watson's coming. I'm like, when? You know, at the time you just won like Masters some shit. I'm like, when? I don't know. He lands on hole 9. Gets out. He was flying. Gets out of his helicopter. Then we got a club. Hands the club. Shink. In the hole. He goes, see you later. 500 grand.
Gangster move.
Gangster.
Who did that?
Bubba Watson.
Who is Bubba Watson?
Professional golfer.
Oh, Bubba Watson.
Won the Masters.
Sorry.
They paid him like a $500,000 fee. And he literally flew in.
Press X to doubt. I was really waiting for him to say when Bubba Watson did land on the golf course. I was waiting for Brendan to say he walked past me and say he's a big fan. I was waiting for him to say that. I was waiting for him to say that Bubba Watson person walked past him and spudded him and said, "Big fan." You're that white boy that works too much, right? You're that white boy that works too much. You're that funny guy who fights, right? I was hoping to say that, but he reined it in. He reined in the lie. He just kept the lie to like this guy arrived, you know, hit a hole in one and then go back on his helicopter and like, okay, all right, guy, whatever you say. So he landed. He landed in the helicopter. He jumped out. He got a golf club. The helicopter stayed there, waited for him to hit the hole in one and then jump back in it, or did he call it back after he hit the hole in one? Either way, it's definitely a lie. But yeah, Brendan, big up Brendan. The golf arc is coming, by the way, because I'd imagine this is just top of my head. I have no knowledge or experience of this whatsoever. I'm just talking out of my ass. But I'd imagine in Austin, Texas, considering where it is in the world, there's probably some decent golf courses out there, isn't it? So maybe that's the new hobby. Remember, we were kind of pontificating and deliberating on what the new hobby, what the new grift, what the new identity would be. Maybe a part of the new identity when he goes to Austin, Texas, is him getting into golf. Brendan being a golf person, that's gonna be fucking hilarious if true. I'd love to see it. Don't talk bad about Bo Nickel or Bean Dip is gonna kick you in your teeth, dude.
Now, can I just jump into the UFC?
Yeah, if you're gonna shit on Bo Nickel,
I'm not gonna shit on Bo Nickel.
Okay, cool. So you remember how he was saying in the other show that people have been saying whatever, joking with him and trolling him in the stream chat or in his DMs. I knew he was lying because I'm sure the DMs and the comments are far more mean, spirited, and aggressive than what he'd make it seem as, which is what led to that reaction, Big up fucking Papa. Somebody found, look at this. Somebody found a fucking vintage archive, dead stock, bit of Tfatk Thick Boy merch at a fucking market, a little flea market, a little fucking boot sale somewhere in the United States, I'd imagine. Crazy, isn't it? Look at that. The funny thing is, I bet no one bought it still, It's funny where I think it's either this United States or maybe Australia, but it's funny where things end up. Some things that you make, some things that are out there end up in the strangest of places. But yeah, R.I.P. Thick Boy merch, by the way. Thick Boy is gone, by the way, as a brand, I think. I'm assuming probably no updates on it in terms of the LLC. So R.I.P. Thick Boy. You came, you saw, you conquered. Love to see it. Love to blood clot. See it. And then that's it, right? Yeah, that's it. And then it's got a new episode. So let's move on. Let's do some videos we want to react to. First things first. A video courtesy of Retroactive. Big up blood clot Retroactive. Brendan Schaub's replacement defends Chris D'Elia. This should be a good one. Big up fucking Retroactive. I'm a big fan of that. Him and his channel. Let's fucking go.
He was accused of something that he didn't do. Okay? And if you have trouble with that, take a look at the FBI and everybody else who
big up Liche. What's good, Liche? What's good?
Investigated any notion that he had.
Yeah, big up God's favor. Yeah, the website did get absolutely gadooshed. Which is a shame, by the way. It's a shame because there was a lot of good merch on there that I didn't get my grubby mitts on because I was dilly-dallying. But it's also a shame because Brendan legitimately thought he had a little merch empire going on there with his fucking Thick Boy shit. But now it's no more. No more Thick Boy. No more Tiger Thick. Remember that? Remember Tiger Thick whiskey? No more.
Had anything to do with anybody underage.
Yep, we're at the point where the boys are trying to revive D'Elia's image. Well, everyone except Joe Rogan, who hasn't mentioned his good friend in 5 years.
The funny thing about this, by the way, like I mentioned previously, it does feel like everybody is trying to revive, resuscitate, restore Chris D'Elia's image in the public. But the only person that isn't doing it is Chris D'Elia. Like, I haven't heard him once come out and say the things that Brian has said or intimated against, He's maybe hinted at it a little bit, but I don't think he strongly said, in no certain terms that all the allegations are false and kind of pouring cold water on them and mentioning the stuff about the FBI not investigating. Like, I don't think he said that. But everyone else is going out of their way to say it with their whole chest. I wonder why.
Now the new narrative is that he only talked to adults when the evidence is allegedly still out there and has been for years. Multiple conversations persisting after learning their age.
Yeah, exactly. Look at that. I still can't believe Netflix cast Chris D'Elia as a paedophile in season here. Literally the irony. Oh yeah, but by the way, I think that's the original girl. I think that might be the original tweet that actually killed Chris D'Elia's career. I still can't believe Netflix. Yeah, exactly. Wait, I thought I was only a one. He was in my DMs when I was 16. Watching you was surreal. He was in my DMs when I was 16. I don't know about you guys, but most people, social media feed, especially Instagram, from my experience, it's pretty easy to ascertain how old people are based on their feed. It's quite easy to tell, especially if somebody's got a feed where they've been posting since they got Instagram. You can probably tell how old somebody is, even if they lie on their bio, even if their recent pictures are a little bit, you know, they're a little bit more grown looking. You can easily tell when somebody's underage. So there were instances where Chris probably could tell that he's considerably older than these girls, even if they weren't underage. Let's say they were legal, quote unquote. You're in your 40s, bro. There's no reason why you should be talking to an 18-year-old anyway, you know? That's the kind of shit that I'm on. I'm not really, you know, there's guys out there that love to fucking pull up the different fucking ages of consent in different states in America, all over the world and shit, and argue. But it's like, at some point, as a man, you just got to take responsibility and be like, you know what? I'm in my 40s. I probably shouldn't be talking to a fucking 18-year-old or a 19-year-old or even a 20-year-old, really. You know? I should be minding my business. But hey, what do I know?
But his good pals want us to believe the new narrative they're spinning, so yeah.
What's this? Yeah, fact about Crystalia. When he stayed at my hotel 2 years ago, he called for help with his AC unit, then exposed himself to the woman who went to help, then tried to get her to come back to the room. If you see a post, please leave me anonymous, but with Chris, wow. He was exposing himself to fucking AC unit. To be fair, this sounds very similar to what Russell Brand was accused of early on as well. So this is the thing that's fascinating about this shit. Like, he legitimately got away with it, and he's still out here trying his hardest to convince everybody that he's not as bad as it seems and he should be back in comics. Like, bro, you kind of got away with it. The fact that none of Crystalia's comedy friends stood up for him or defended him is proof enough that he probably did the shit he was accused of. But he got away with it, right? That shit sucks. But to be out here and still try and push your career and shit, or feel like you should be back in Hollywood, you should be back on Netflix, is pretty insane. You got away with it. Just be grateful you got away with it. Let's not do too much now. Because if you do too much and push too much, people are going to make these, you know, allegations known again, and thus, you know, continues the cycle, which I would love, of course, as a stream, but damn.
Here we go. Ignore this site too, where again, multiple other girls.
What's that person say? Fuck you. What's that person say there? Fuck you, Crystalia. Fuck you, Crystalia. You solicited news. Sorry, you solicited nudes from minors while you were in Vancouver and tried to fuck my friend when we were 16. And when I called you out on Twitter, you told me you'd ruin her life if I didn't delete it. Absolute pedophile scum. 16 fucking years old. She was a child. Sick and another friend of mine just let me know you did the same thing to her while you were here. Cheers, Chris. So I wonder, in this case, was Chris adding random girls that were following him on social and then going through those girls' friends and adding the friends? Was that what he was doing? Because how has he always got some sort of record, or there's some sort of experience, some sort of story to tell amongst a group of friends regarding Chris? Especially if he's a grown-ass man. It's like, why do you know so many young girls? Especially from the same group of friends. Oh Christ. Before it blows up, I'm not in contact with the girl anymore, but I did message her on Instagram to see if she'd be willing to come forward about anything. We haven't spoken in years, so I'm not sure she'll be willing. It'd be her story to tell in detail. Wow, I forgot about all these things, you know. I'm not gonna lie, it's been so long, I forgot about the seriousness of the allegations. Like, there were a lot of girls, not even accounts, not even a lawsuit. There's a lot of girls on social that were coming out saying, yeah, Crystalia hit me up when I was 16. Like, many girls, it seems like. I completely forgot about this part of the story.
Other girls were also contacted.
Another girl. Although I've been publicly saying it for years, fuck Crystalia. He solicited news of me when I was 17 years old and constantly messaged me whenever he was touring of Vancouver and asked me to come backstage to his shows. Imagine inviting a 17-year-old to come backstage at his shows. Maybe it's different because it's not a comedy club, but that's kind of embarrassing, isn't it? That's kind of cringe. Not cringe, that's kind of sick to actually invite a teenager like that to your shows and be parading him around people and shit, acting as if that's cool. And then when they ask you, is that your daughter or your cousin or something? You're like, nah. Like, this is someone I'm trying to fuck. It's like, ooh.
allegedly while in high school.
What stuck was
just a few illegal emails from him. I was 17. Chris to the person, hey, nope, not a problem at all. Hurry, I need to be naked with you already. Jesus Christ, Crystalia. Hurry, I need to be naked with you. He's laying it on thick, bro. He's laying it on thick. Hurry, I need to be naked with you, you know? Let's drink a glass of water, my friend. Let's drink a glass of water.
Myth that somehow he was a.
Well, it's fun to tear things down.
All right, y'all. I went back to my 2011 Facebook Messenger and I found DMs from Crystalia being creepy and persistent to me when I was 17. This is a thread. Crystalia to the girl. Hi, yeah, I'm in Golden, Colorado. I did a show. Where are you? She replies, oh, damn, I would have liked to have gone. I'm in Greenwood Village, just south of Denver. It's about 30 minutes from Golden. Is that the only one you're doing while you're here? Yeah, what are you doing? What do you mean, like now? Ah, too young. I'm leaving tomorrow. Ah, sad. I wish I could have seen the show. How old are you anyways? I'm 30. The usual, you know, same. Why the random contact if I may ask? I don't know. I think you're cute. Come on, Crystalia, man. Jesus Christ, bro. If you're going to be an old guy trying to hit up young things, you got to just be able to just bag them, innit? You can't be like... You can't be trying to run this like nice guy game. Like you can't be doing all this meek shit. It's probably, it comes across, it's just worse. You might as well just be a pure dog to them instead of this sort of shit.
Down, and that's what people like to do.
Because I've already done the thing that buried me, and somebody's got a screenshot up.
You never hit me back, girl. Crystalia says to the girl. Yeah, I mean you're 30 and all. You should have said that. He says to her. I'm sorry. Do you have a show in Denver coming up? I don't. Lost your number. Give me your number again. You're insistent. Why? Because I like you. Duh. And plus, you know, you kind of like it. So what is it? Sorry, I mean you're 30 and all. Fucking hell. Brutal. You're 30. You might as well be 100. Especially if you're a girl and you're like 17, 18. A 30-year-old must feel like a 50-year-old to you, innit? That's like ancient. That's really, that's like beyond unk. That's granddad status.
Yeah. Do you know what I mean?
The Chris situation.
Big up Young God vibes. Let's be honest. The only thing you want to do with the 18-year-old is manipulate them. What do you think as a man? You think Young God vibes? I don't think that's true.
Powerful bunch.
Oh, big up SLZs.
All these allegations and proof, but no one's asking the real question. How's Crystalia's dad doing? I hear he's aging rapidly.
Yeah, exactly. That's the real victim of these allegations. That's a real victim. That's the real victim of some of these accusations out there. Oh, Crystalia's dad. Won't somebody please think about Crystalia's dad? Big up SLZs. I don't think guys who go for young girls want them only because they're easy to manipulate. I think guys that want young girls want them because they enjoy being with young girls, you know? I don't think it's only about the manipulation thing. I think some of them just flat out enjoy fucking young girls. For whatever reason. The fresh meat aspect of it, the excitement, the whatever. I don't know. There's something about it that they enjoy. I don't think it's all just like a mind game thing. And I also don't think it's just I don't think it's easy even. I don't think it's, if you're an older dude, it's going to be way easier for you to bag super young girls, because you're also still competing with younger dudes who are maybe, you know, better looking than you and stuff, or whatever it may be. So I don't think it's even easier to bag them. I just think the ones who like younger girls just like younger girls. But then it becomes a sick game when you start to go around and try and scout or pick up those young girls before they get legal, because you can feel like you can get in there ahead of time, which is a mad game. But I know dudes, especially from ends, you know, from the areas that I've grown up in, the rough areas, that was a thing, you know? Like when a new girl came around, they would go out their way to try and pounce on them so no one else could touch them and shit. In some ways they would, or in some cases they would go out their way to try and impregnate them and stuff, to take them out of this circulation of the girls that are around. It can get pretty dark. But I think these type of guys just like fucking young girls.
Is on the Bill Cosby level in my.
Those days are long gone. You ever see
Crystalia, when I was a senior in high school, I went to his show. I tweeted to him. He then private messaged me and told me to keep it private. I still have screenshots. He then tried to hook up with my friend and I in his hotel room and keep like patting the bed to come to sit down. But we were 17, so we got creeped out and left. Could you imagine? Could you imagine scaring away the hoes? 2 girls come over to your hotel room, underage, but they come to your hotel room and you're so weird, you're such an oddball, you're so creepy, you scare both of them away. And they both go running. They both go running. Could you imagine how much of a creep you are? That you made 2 girls who willingly, consently came over to your hotel room to hang out run. Jesus Christ.
14-year-old, she looks 30. I've never seen, there's no such thing as a 14-year-old girl anymore. They go from like 6 to 25.
Big red flag.
People think Hollywood is evil, bro. Whatever you think that is, that's what I am.
Oh, really, dude? Oh, there's a ring of that the top producers know about and keep kids and pass them around. And oh, really, dude?
What a great clip. Oh shit, I forgot that's where it came from. I forgot the meme comes from him saying that. Like, because I think that was during the fucking that was during that fucking pizza thing, that pizza controversy, right? The pizza shop controversy. I think that was during that whole time. Wow, I forgot that meme comes from there.
They try to play it off like the FBI investigation and Rolling Stones would immediately lead to convictions or innocence, but come on. Dave Chappelle did this skit, and 15 years went by before anything happened to R. Kelly. Back to Cosby, his behavior was a known thing in the industry for decades, and he's now free from a legal loophole. Even old Island Boy went on for quite a while after the first arrest. So no, resolution to cases like this take a long time historically, or there is no investigation. Look at Joey Diaz allegedly.
You gotta stick my get up in the belly room. I'll make a call for you. That's the gateway into coming to Hollywood. Everybody knows that.
How many girls did you have do that?
Oh, 20 of them. I had this little blonde.
Even better than that is Chris being asked about Impractical Jokers Joe Gatto getting hit with similar allegations to him and having an absolute mental implosion.
What did I say? Live show when she was 15 years old, but she claimed that his behavior became flirtatious when she turned 18. Jesus Christ, bro. Having a girl's birthday in your calendar on knowing when she turns 18 and then messaging her back again, like, surely as a guy you have to feel like you're a little bit of a diddler. You have to feel like you're a little bit on the cusp of being a PDF. If you send a girl that you've been kind of scoping from afar a DM that's like, oh, congratulations, happy birthday, now the coast is clear type of thing, message. Like, you gotta feel like a PDF. There's no way you can't feel like one. No way you can't. No matter how grown they look, you gotta feel a little bit grossed out by yourself.
What happened? Fill me in.
The guy got accused of something that seemed vague. I have no idea. I didn't look at it.
Oh.
I
Yeah.
just don't believe anything.
He just went. I guess he checked himself into rehab for it.
How convenient, right? The person that got accused of a litany of fucking horrible allegations is also the type of person who doesn't believe any allegations because it suits him, I guess. I don't believe anything. Yeah, of course you don't. That makes sense. That definitely makes sense.
Then George has his, oh yeah, my man of God image, referencing Dalia's allegations by making a comment about Joe Gatto's right after they'd just spoken about Dalia's cancellation and rehab. Almost like George is covertly trying to put them on the spot, or he just has absolutely no self-awareness when he speaks. It is hard to tell with the podcast species.
I just don't believe in that stuff. I don't think like that rehab stuff. I think it's just they got caught and they're like, oh, this is like a good PR thing. Like,
are they going to rehab? Is that what they?
Is he talking about sex addiction rehab and shit? That's hilarious. Not knowing that Crystalia's whole defense was that he was a sex addict. That's why he was into underage girls. Allegedly. That's his whole defense, if you think about it. His whole defense for like cheating on his wife with loads of underage girls was that he was a sex addict. Love it.
I don't know anything about this. I thought maybe you guys would know.
To outdo this and potentially cause a physical revolt, Here's Jeff Dye, Joe Rogan's new clinger, saying the lines they as a group thought sounded good, I guess.
You know, I didn't like D'Elia till he had kids. Watching D'Elia become a dad was the most beautiful change ever.
That's not...
Dad Chris is my favorite person.
Yeah.
No, sincerely. You had a kid and you became like my favorite guy.
Aw.
Yeah, I'm being honest.
How does it feel being a dad versus not being a dad?
Yeah.
A guy with no kids telling another guy with kids that since you became a dad, you're a nicer person, and that person being Jeff Dye, who legitimately crashed his car into a fucking wall, ran away from it, met up his girlfriend, drunk and still fucking smelling like piss and shit, and only recently got sober. Like, I would take that as an offense. I'm not gonna lie. If I'm Chris D'Elia, look at that fucking pause, by the way. I'm taking it. I'm very offended that Jeff DUI didn't think much of it before I had kids. Like, go fuck yourself, brother. Honestly, please go fuck yourself. That's what I'll be saying in my head.
Saying you didn't like D'Elia at all before he had kids isn't as wholesome as they thought. Pretty sure Brendan has said the same thing about him not being a real person until that point, and to say this identical thing podcast to podcast, it ends up feeling weird and performative, especially with D'Elia and Dye just before this, dunking on actors for being able to cry on command, when they both had careers or have careers acting. Jeff Dye's 11 out of 10 glazing beyond the Joe connection is to, I guess, end up on the golden hour and replace Schaub, unless Brendan is going to fly between.
Oh, that's an interesting call. That's an interesting call. Maybe they'll get Jeff Dye to replace Brendan. I don't think they should do that. Maybe they should just keep that third seat for, like, you know, guests and stuff in case they come. But that'd be interesting flipping call. That'd be an interesting addition. Jeff Dye replaces Brendan. I wonder if that'll make the show funnier. Or if it'll end up just being Eric. It'll just be fucking Jeff Dye and Chris bullying Eric. I'd love to see that, by the way. Imagine if Jeff Dye and Eric every week just took it in turns to just rip fucking Eric Griffin to pieces. That would be so fucking fun. Every single day. I'd love it. I'd absolutely love it. What should I get? Retractive? Retractive? Where's retractive again? Where is it? Oh, there.
Austin and LA every single week to continue doing his one good deed in this world, carrying out Chris D'Elia's sentence of having to deal with him. Another angle is that unfortunately Jeff hasn't seen the same Rogan boost, perhaps signs of the beginning of...
Oh, jeez, really? He went on Rogan and his views are there.
Angle is that unfortunately Jeff hasn't seen the same...
That's his channel, right? Jeff Dye's official YouTube channel. Wow. I've got fucking Taz shows that have higher views than him. And he's a fucking comedian that's been on Rogan. He's got shows, podcasts, hour long that's got 300 views, 500 views, 400 views, 125 views. So maybe what's happening with Rogan is that maybe, do you remember when you go on Rogan and you'd get an automatic bump? Maybe it's not the case. Maybe Rogan now is entirely dependent on people actually like you. Like, if you have a good Rogan appearance and people actually like you and want to follow you and support your content, then you get a boost. But it doesn't mean you're going to get a boost just for simply being on there and kind of agreeing with Rogan, just sitting there nodding. You also have to have your own personality, say your own things, and have people kind of root for you type of thing, root against you. But the whole plug and play, easy, just become famous overnight thing isn't the same anymore, you know? Isn't the same anymore over there on JRE. Because these views are pretty crazy when you think about it. You know, Jeff Dye's got all these celebrity friends, people with big podcasts. If he's only getting 125 views on you know, hour-long videos, it's like, wow, surprising.
Same Rogan boost, perhaps signs of the beginning of the end for the Rogan friend effect, and the golden handcuff hour with Diddles and Mr. Potato Head is the solution. Here's a good question instead. Is one allegation man the best person to defend another allegation man? Of course.
That's a good point, actually. Big up God's favorite. He is a hater, innit? So I think we already mentioned it before. Jeff DUI is a really, really supercharged hater. So maybe it would be the best thing to have like Jeff DUI and Chris and Eric Griffin on the same panel. They're just going to be miserable and moaning the entire fucking show. You know? It's going to be difficult. They're going to moan in the entire part of the show. So maybe it doesn't make any sense in that regard.
Answer is yes.
He was accused of something that he didn't do. Okay? And if you have...
The little fucking,
that-
the little Indian, Pakistani little head wobble there is fucking hilarious.
he didn't do.
The little Desi
that
head
he
wobble, right?
didn't do. Okay.
That he didn't do. You know, that he didn't do. You know, big up my Desi man. There.
Accused of something and that he didn't do. That he didn't do. Okay. And if you have trouble with that, take a look at the FBI and everybody else who investigated any notion.
Where I fall on this, you know, I'm gonna be reasonable, I'm gonna be honest. And I'm watching it, and they're like, he had a girl come to his room and suck his dick. And then he told her to leave. To be clear though, you went there for cheating.
Yeah.
I think we
Yes.
should be a little more specific.
Yes.
The things you were accused of, you didn't do.
Correct.
Which
Correct.
is why you're my fucking friend, and I love you.
Thank you, Jack. And I love you
You're
for that, dude.
in trouble.
Thank you.
You cheated on
Right.
your wife.
That's what I
the
did.
crime.
Brian's was only 4.
That's still kind of bad, and I love it. By the way, imagine Jeff Dye being in your corner. That's when you know your career's over, isn't it? When Jeff Dye is the one in your corner, the one holding you down, that's when you know your career is over.
Allegedly to Chris's dozens allegedly, so he is an authority on the subject. My bad. He can't believe he's saying that. He would have never said that. He wasn't good then, but he's good now. Yep, not really helping.
My 5-year-old to school now, and I would be like,
Yo, big up Young Vibes. Women don't just accuse you of SA for no reason. There are a lot of men with way more money than have never. Exactly. Big up Young Vibes. Exactly. Big up Uche, Wagwan. Jeff Dye is worse at comedy than Schaub. Yeah, I said it myself. Oh, we said it on the stream, right? Yeah, exactly. I think you were here as well. Exactly. Yeah, we saw Jeff Dye stand up. No one needs to be put through that again. Garbage, especially for the hater that he is. Considering how much he hates and how much he criticizes others and how much of an opinion he has on other people, his stand up is garbage.
Like I would never get. I could, before Kristen, my wife, she was like, sometimes you're gonna have to wake up and take Calvin to school, and I go,
you will.
No, I'm not going to. I go, no. It's like I get to go to bed early, but I get to wake up with him. It's super fun, and I cannot believe I'm saying that, but I just love it. It's so fun.
I mean, he was forced into it by cancellation and no longer had a flight to sleep off. That's why he prefaced that whole thing many times with, I would have never said that. Very genuine and real. Thank you, Chris. Later we get to the I'm me defense, so I'm innocent. A classic, topped off with nobody ever says those things to me in public, it's cowardly.
When I went to rehab and the guy was there for masturbating, and I was like, oh, you got caught? And he was like, no. And I was like, then you don't have a problem.
You're fine. Yeah.
Every now and then somebody will heckle me. Nobody's ever walked up to me in real life and said anything that people say on the internet.
Of course, yeah, it's all cowardly.
Ever.
It's all cowardly, yeah.
Of course, yeah. So, I'm me, though.
Yeah.
Please come to London. Please do a show in London. I dare you. Do a show in London. I triple dare you. Do a show in London. Let me get a ticket and let me be in there and let's see if someone doesn't shout something from the crowd. I'll do it for the lols. I would do it for the lols. Just for the lols of it. Please, triple dare you. Book a show in fucking London and see if somebody doesn't shout Peter in the fucking audience mid-set. Peter.
Right? So when you're...
Does anyone really believe not a single person has heckled Chris? As he just said, he has been heckled about the allegations that have dominated the past 5 years of his reputation. And if someone did say diddler to his face, Dalia's going to do what? Add assault charges to this Sunday of Hollywood goodness? Shane and Matt said their piece publicly and no retaliation as yet.
I'd be like
every night, it's 2 in the morning, you'd be like, Chris, I'm telling you, dude, you gotta tighten up.
These girls are gonna start talking.
I'm telling you, it's not good, buddy.
Tighten up
You're
the
fucking
ship.
too many girls are upset with you.
What a problem, huh? Too many girls.
Too many girls.
Oh, sure. Moments like that slip by that show they are aware. They just angle it as, nah, he's an asshole. One of the girls will use it for clout, or tell your wife, trying to obscure the whole alleged darker.
Oh yeah, remember that, by the way, that whole cult, it was right in front of our faces. We didn't notice it. I know I didn't notice it, but the whole cult thing, that was a part of his little shtick, his little ruse, his little game, his way to kind of cultivate a community early on, to 2018. The evidence was right in front of us, but we didn't even pay attention to it. The evidence was right in front of us the entire time.
Underbelly there. Well, except for when Brian feels the need to distance himself after SCHAUB'S said you've known Chris for a long time and hung out with him more than me.
Yeah, exactly. Big up Assault Disease. AZ gonna walk in bumping not like us on a boombox. Exactly. Bluetooth speaker. They not like us. Exactly. Exactly.
With Chris, and you've done that more than anyone. You've
Sure.
known him longer, but you know, me and Chris do a show together. It was always hard to connect with him on a personal. It was always superficial.
Yes.
Shoot, great.
Yeah, my experience with Chris was always at the clubs.
It was hard to connect with him on a deeper level because he didn't want to be your friend at that point. He was riding high. That's why you couldn't connect with him on a level deeper than superficial materialistic level, because he wasn't really fucking with you like that. You gave a shit because, you know, you both were trainers and you're in LA and you helped to, you know, you jumped on your show a few times, but after a certain point, you know, gotta start paying people to go on shows and shit. Like, I don't know why this guy's acting as if, like, you know, maybe Chris getting cancelled and suddenly having time for regular people now is like a, you know, it's like an endorsement of how great of a person he is, when really it's just one of those things. And if he was not cancelled, there's no way, like I said previously, if Chris D'Elia doesn't get cancelled, there's no way he fucking does a show with Brendan, or there's no way he's on the Golden Hour. No way. If he's still riding high off the back of fucking that zombie movie, then suddenly you comes out, even though you bomb still, if he still comes out and does what it needs to do, there's no way that Chris is working with fucking Brendan or Eric Griffin or Chris D'Elia. It's not happening. Do you know what I mean? Those are bozos.
I was just older, so I wasn't going to go out. I wasn't hanging out with him, you know, outside of the Comedy Store or wherever. But
offload. Schaub offloads to Callan, and Callan offloads that bullet quick.
Look, most of our friends are sex offenders, so we can't even say anything. I have to talk him like recovering sex offenders. I do want to say that.
Uh-oh, Theo didn't get the memo. Oops. Don't step into the firing line just yet. Back to new Schaub Jeff Dye getting the Schaub induction.
The great Jeff Dye.
What
the
up,
great
guys?
cowboy Jeff Dye.
Team player Jeff Dye.
Dude, we're talking about how Jeff had a vasectomy. Dude, and I was telling you, you'd be a great dad. Dude, you as a baseball dad?
Oh,
Hold on, you think you like
love that.
You think you like baseball now?
Yeah.
Listen, dude.
Jeez, it might be the most Brendan Schaub way to start a podcast. He got a vasectomy. I now deduce should be a great baseball dad. His mind really goes beyond the common man. Even funnier than that is Schaub's 15th new dog trying to eat Jeff Dye. Good job, little buddy. Yep, rough handling. That's a cageable offense, Jeff. Really though, if anyone else brought a puppy that was running around the studio each week while recording, Schaub would be livid, but here we are.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good point. That's a good point. If Brian had his dogs there, or no, Brian did bring his dogs there a couple of times, and Brendan was throwing little subs tweets all at him, his direction. But I don't think he'd like it. He wouldn't like it at all. Not in the slightest, you know? But I guess Brendan has no choice but to bring his dogs to the studio, because I feel like Joanna put her foot down and said, I need to take these fucking half-naked mirror selfies. I need to be taking these fucking ass shot selfies. I can't be having this little cute dog running around the whole entire house disturbing my flow. So I get it, but damn.
Instead, we live in the timeline where D'Elia and Dye praise Rogan for defeating the evildoer joke thief Carlos Mencia for 15 minutes of this podcast.
He said if I had to call out Mencia again, I would still do it.
Really?
It's weird how it stuck with him and not with others, though. You know what I mean?
Like who else?
There's other comics that people say, like Amy Schumer.
And how amazing Joe is, yet he hasn't mentioned D'Elia in half a decade, but kept Callan around. Anyway, all the while Rogan's Burn the Boats had so many of other people's old jokes that Joe even did his own joke from his 2010 special, and a Schaub joke, plus a few
YouTuber Elephant Graver, big up my G. Elephant Graver alleged that Rogan's stand-up special both reused his own old jokes and stole jokes from others. Crazy, isn't it? Retelling your own old jokes, going back in the archives and patting stuff from the back, and also retelling, you know, other jokes is fucking hilarious. I love it. Come on, Barakat.
few that sound extremely similar to Burr, CK as well, but nobody will ever dare bring that up though. Kiss the ring, like Jeff said.
In that circumstance, Tony is daddy, right? Now I gotta treat daddy like dad. I gotta kiss the rings, you know? You don't go on Joe Rogan and then start talking shit. You know, Joe's dad. It's not like Tony Hinchcliffe ever wanted me on that show.
Gross, isn't it? Joe's dad. Why is he dad? Excuse me? Why are you referring to another man that isn't your dad just because he's famous and rich? Like, allow it, bro. Maybe, you know, I don't know, just allow it. Sorry, just fucking allow it.
Until I did Joe Rogan. Once Rogan was like, this Jeff Dye guy is really good, then everyone else has to fall in line.
Just prior to that, Jeff dunks on a comedian they're too scared to name for being a hack, and that hacks get laughs. Yet complains about anyone that critiques him. Huh, weird.
Hacks kill. I just couldn't just leave it alone. Like, that's how snobby I am.
You're a bully. You're the
That
reason
was
why I walk
bullyish.
around Laugh Factory like this. I just get like so tense, dude.
That's a good point. Big up Silence. Yeah, someone does need to make an AI video of Rogan and see a moment, but it's him confronting his future self. Yeah, exactly. That'd be fucking sick, actually. Hopefully someone hears that and does it themselves.
I not only hated his act, but I hated that it was working. Because, you know, hacks kill.
Then D'Elia goes on with a cope about how they've worked too long to be critiqued. By default, I am funny. Laugh now.
Say what you want about you and I. We worked too long and too hard for anyone to be like, that's not funny.
Right.
Like, yeah, it is. It's just not funny to you.
Exactly.
And,
yeah.
and so
What a
it's
great
like,
conversation, by the way.
it's so
Riveting
weird.
stuff.
I have to deal with that shit. Me.
Comedy is subjective, but there's a reason George Janko mentioned Shane Gillis's Beautiful Dogs and how well structured that special is and how he watched it over and over in this exact podcast, but didn't mention D'Elia's Grow or Die or Jeff Dye's Last Cowboy in LA the same way. The final joke in Chris's
That's such a shitty name for a special. Last Cowboy in LA. What? You're not even... Anyway, whatever.
special is literally putting my son in a seat that doesn't fit him, saying he's 5 when he's 1 to Uber driver, then blaming my wife for farting to cover up the son's pooping, which all in all means Chris is a good dad for having his back.
I'm sorry, sir. My wife farted. And you know what? I had Calvin's back. So say what you want about me, but I'm a good dad. Thank you very much.
Well, with writing like that, my bad everyone, Chris D'Elia truly is a genius. Or the 5 or 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, brilliant video from fucking Retroactive. Like I said before, it's crazy how all of Chris D'Elia's friends are going out their way to defend him, but he's not really saying much himself personally, which I think is a good thing.
Powerful bunch.
How much he's been. Yo, big up Young Odd Vibes.
I ate my last pizza roll. You don't have to deal with it. I do. My dad is getting old.
Big up Young Odd Vibes. I'm just remembering as well the last time I found out what a pizza roll is. I think it was the same time that I was asking questions about a fucking Tootsie Roll and shit. Or no, not Tootsie Roll. Tater Tots, Tootsie Roll. Tater Tots, and that's the same time I was looking for that. Let's continue. So we did that. Let's do a couple more bits of reactioning. Then we're gonna swim on it. Actually, yeah, let's do a bit of Tfatk. Should we do Tfatk now? Let's do a bit of Tfatk now. Or should I screw ahead and do a bit of what's his face? Shane Gillis. Should I just no, not Shane Gillis, Tim Dillon, I'm assuming, right? I went to a bit of Tim Dillon. Let's do a little bit of Tim Dillon, then we'll switch back to Tfatk.
You know, listen, as a city, you cannot compare it. Sorry,
there you go.
To New York or Los Angeles.
Can't
be
nice
compared.
to hear that.
Can't be compared.
Nice to hear.
I mean, that's not news to anyone, right? I mean, no one.
Not to us.
Don't say that in the green room of the mothership. Yeah. They'll stab you.
Well,
all right. So on the latest episode of the We Might Be Drunk podcast, Tim Dillon explains why he never moved to Austin like everyone else did when Joe Rogan opened up the mothership. And overall, it seems like he's not really on board with that whole place becoming the new hub of comedy. And as you'll hear shortly, Tim has some pretty valid reasons for never moving there. With the first one being that the city of Austin itself is simply a bad place to live.
I think that moving to Texas is over.
Really?
This is I could.
You putting your foot down was, I think, a big part of that, probably.
No, it wasn't. Well, maybe it was. But I just, the city of Austin, Texas. Let's be very honest, is dangerous. The homeless there are more aggressive than I've ever seen them in New York.
Yeah.
There's pockets of it that really do look San Fran-like. Yeah. It's not good.
Yeah.
Like as a metropolis, it's
and
bad.
It's pretty
brown.
small.
It's small. It's brown. There's no grass. It's not green. It turns brown. For 4 months out of the year, it's over 100 degrees. The lake is vomit colored, and there are brain-eating amoebas that can swim up your nose and kill you within 48 hours. It's rare, but it happens.
Wow. In Austin, Texas.
Yeah, in all the hot lake states, when you get in the lake and go, ooh, this is nice and hot, instead of a glacial lake.
Wow.
Eat
the brain.
So yeah, Tim Dillon's not really buying into the hype of Austin being the new place to be if you're a comedian, which is honestly pretty refreshing to hear from a guy who lingers in that Rogan sphere. Because usually a lot of these guys just blindly kiss the ring of Joe Rogan in order to stay on his good side. But Tim Dillon is a true New York comedian, so no matter how many millions of dollars Joe Rogan pours into that mothership, Tim Dillon just refuses to believe that it'll ever be any better than New York, or even LA for that matter.
I'm just talking about, let's be very honest about the actual city.
Mm-hmm.
Suburbs are nice. The people are cool. I love Texas. I love Dallas.
Yeah.
I like Houston.
Yeah.
I like San Antonio.
bunch.
Like,
I
got in a fight on 6th Street in Austin with a homeless lady over a parking spot and she didn't even have a car. It's a pizza chit.
That's amazing. Only a homeless person could do that to you. That's fucking hilarious. I got into a fight with a homeless lady over a parking spot and she didn't even have a car. Was she doing that thing? Was she doing that thing where people get out of the car to hold a seat for the driver because they're taking too long? They'll squeeze into it. They'll try and squeeze into it as much as possible, but they won't take their daughter. They're taking their daughter. I don't know, but that's absolutely hilarious. Come on, you cunt.
Actual city of Austin is 4 blocks, and one of them is just 20-person brawls, like melees, that are broken up by horses. Like, and so I don't even know what we're talking about.
It's fun to visit.
Yeah.
Pop in for the weekend, pop out. Yeah, I agree.
I mean, Tim even got Mark Norman to see through the Austin facade here, which is actually pretty funny, because Mark appeared in that trailer for the new documentary coming out on the Austin comedy scene, titled NIGHTHAWKS, The Rise of Austin Comedy.
Oh, really? Is that true? Is that part of the Kill Tony thing? I didn't know that was coming out, really? Was it NIGHTHAWKS, Austin comedy documentary? I didn't know that was coming out. Is that coming on Netflix as well? NIGHTHAWKS, there you go. Trailer for NIGHTHAWKS, The Rise of Austin Comedy. Is it in the news? Let's see if there's an article about it. Okay, no article. Let's go on the Instagram. Oh no, this is another thing. Let's go on the Instagram anyway. NIGHTHAWKS film, is that it? Yeah, there you go. I think it's this one there. I want to see what this whole NIGHTHAWKS comedy freaking is about. But big up everybody that's streaming. That's tuning to stream. Let me see the likes. We're on 44 likes. Smash the like button right now if you're enjoying the show. That'd be greatly appreciated. Let's try and get to 100 likes if possible. So if you're enjoying the show, smash the like button down below. Let's see what's this NIGHTHAWKS about. Do you have a picture of the trailer or a clip of it that I can see? Or is it just all videos? Sorry, it's not all videos. It's all post. Oh, there you go. I think that's the trailer there.
But yeah, Austin's great. We love it
Austin
here.
is great.
I've gained 4 pounds. I've got AIDS, and I've met Joe Rogan.
I share Joe's idea, like, make this into a scene, but it takes the 4-year.
Wow, Ari Shafir's in this wanking off, and Mark Norman's up here wank. Okay, interesting. Of course, Joke World's in the fucking comments. Of course, Joke World is in the fucking comments. Of course, Joke World's in the comments. Look at him. Look at him.
Comics moving here instead of New York and LA, and then 10 years going by.
We started in Texas and in one of the biggest clubs in the world.
By the way, I didn't notice at first how bright the mothership is, isn't it? It's one of the most well-lit fucking businesses, venues on that strip, isn't it? It must stand out like a sore thumb, or are all the spots on 6th Street lit up super bright? Like the amount of LEDs, man, it's fucking blinding, the mothership, isn't it? God almighty.
Came to us.
The moment somebody makes it outside of the mothership club, that'll change the whole scene again.
I encourage people to come in and go to all the rooms.
East Austin, Sunset, Vulcan, Black Rabbit, Creep.
Did we say mothership even?
Oh, we didn't even say mothership.
Because you lose your chops fast in this business. Faster than you can believe.
You know who that is?
Yeah.
So there is a scene out there. There is quite a few clubs. I think they mentioned like 5, didn't they? So maybe I'm wrong. My prediction. Maybe Brian can resurrect his stand-up comedy career. But then that's requiring a lot of work, isn't it? And Brian's nearly in his 60s. Will Brian have the energy? Will Brian have the energy to be able to be out every weekend performing at 5 different clubs a week like he was when he was grinding in the beginning in his 60s, approaching his 60s? Tough, innit? But there's enough clubs out there to do it, but will Brian be able to do it? I don't think so. He's inherently quite a lazy guy anyway.
It's Joe Rogan.
It's not Joe Rogan, that's Ron White.
Are you gonna stop fucking me, bitch?
I feel like in this scene, it's like a big Tarantino movie almost, like a big ensemble cast.
Tony Hinchcliffe, Brian Simpson, William Montgomery, Hans King.
Let's relax a little bit. It feels like a big Tarantino movie. Let's relax, comedian guy. Let's rein it in a little bit. Let's take a couple deep breaths. Let's sit down. Let's sit down. Let's sit down.
This guy doing a crab walk 35 miles an hour across the stage, back and forth, moving stuff around.
See something you like?
You know, Cam Patterson.
Cam Patterson!
White hole is my favorite hole besides black women.
He's so bad, isn't it? He's so unfunny, man. Look at the girl behind him. That's me whenever I hear Cam Patterson. She looks like she's dying. She looks like she's sleeping. This guy is so terrible. I want to root for him because he's a fellow fucking Negro, but he's so bad, man. He's so fucking awful.
Yeah, I like blacks too. Well, you can't say it like that. You can't
What do
say
you
it
mean?
like that.
What are you talking
You
about?
can't say I like blacks. Like you gotta say I like black women, or like
I like coloreds. Can I say
no,
that?
colors is way worse.
You get a shot, you get an opportunity, and it's how you seize that opportunity that makes you who you are, and you write your own legend.
We're writing our own legends, we're writing our own stories.
Got to go through the grind.
Yes, Hans Kim, the quintessential Tarantino movie character. We got Kim Patterson as an extra in Django too.
Yo, chill. Sodazy's chill. Cam Patterson and Django too. Yo, chill. Oh, it looks well shot, I guess, as like a mockumentary type of thing, but it also looks like the type of thing that might make you groan and roll your eyes while you're watching it. You know, it looks like it's gonna have a lot of moments where you're gonna be rolling your eyes, barfing into your own mouth, cringing watching it. It's gonna be one of those type of things, but it's an interesting thing to watch. I'm not gonna lie. It looks like an interesting thing to see, especially from an outsider like myself, to kind of get an idea or a bit of a snapshot on what that scene looks like. It's obviously not going to be the best indication or best representation of that scene, because it does seem like this documentary is highly focused on like the mothership and stuff and all that malarkey. It feels like a little, covert propaganda piece for them. But there's no denying that place is great, But yeah, it looks like it's going to be insufferable. It looks like this documentary video film is going to be insufferable. No release date so far, but that's essentially what it is, right? The trailer. NIGHTHAWKS. No date.
Have you ever seen this?
No release date?
No. I don't watch movies.
But yeah, Austin's great.
Cool, yeah. No release date so far, but that's what we got regarding NIGHTHAWKS. So big up them, whoever made it. Let's see if it even comes out. We have no idea if it's even going to come out. Let's see if it even comes out. Does it say anything here on the bio? Coming 2025, but no more information apart from that. Cool. What are we watching just now? What are we doing just now to get on NIGHTHAWKS? We're doing what were we doing just now? Theo, Shane. What were we doing? I don't know. I don't remember actually. What are we doing? Not Fighting a Kid. How did we get to that again? How did we get to the fucking mothership documentary? Does anyone remember? Or am I bugging that? Hold on, let me rewind back. How the fuck did I get there? How the fuck did I get there? Okay, I think that's it. Anyway, let's move on. I have no idea how I fucking got there. Was it Tim Dillon? Was it this? But how did I know? Hold on. It doesn't matter. It actually doesn't matter. But I'm just gonna scroll back on my phone and see what I'm talking about, because there was a bit that I was talking about before, but I'm wondering, how did I get onto that Tim Dillon? Was it retroactive? No, we watched this already. I played this clip in the beginning of the stream. This one here. We might be drunk clip. I'm sure I played this at the beginning of the stream, but I don't know how I got there. Oh, Austin. Okay, cool. Big up Chris Mack. We were talking about how Austin was playing. Okay, cool. Forget it. Move on. False alarm. Ignore me. Let's continue. We did that. Tfatk. Let's watch a bit of Tfatk, and then we'll move on and do something else, right? Let's do a watch a bit of Tfatk, because I'm getting a little bit frazzled with what I'm fucking being meant to be on. Let's watch a bit of the episode number of Tfatk, episode number 1087, and then we'll probably switch over to Wings, do a bit of DSP, go back to the Reddit, and then probably end, right? So let's do a little bit of this Tfatk thing, a little bit.
Back at it again, it's the fighter and the kid.
This is really the fighter and the kid.
Come on, baby. Got a Magic Mind Max running through my veins. I'll do another one.
Me too, bro. I don't have any DCs.
You got no Diet Cokes?
No DCs.
Damn,
bro.
baby. Damn. Might have to.
Does anybody call a Diet Coke DCs, or is that just an American thing? I don't know if I've ever heard of somebody refer to a Diet Coke as a DC. Is that a thing?
Double up on the MM. You know what I'm saying? MM Max.
Oh. Yeah.
That stuff.
You gotta be careful with the caffeine.
Yeah.
I've already had caffeine this morning.
The problem is that caffeine is time released. So I'll be like
powerful bunch.
Jazzing for.
Yeah, big up.
At this point, just bring back Joshua Block. I won't shame you this time.
Yeah, you be careful what you wish for. Be careful what you wish for. Please be careful what you wish for.
For a long time.
Yeah, I don't want to shit my pants either.
Yes.
Yeah, too much caffeine will.
Correct. Correct. But anyway, what were we gonna say? What are you doing, man? What are you up to?
Dude, I'm dealing with so many moving parts getting tossed in.
Oh yeah. Moving.
Now it's crunch time.
Moving is a motherfucker.
Oh, and I like the team mom last night for the baseball team. She goes, so if we get to the championship, the pizza party's on the 29th. I was like, well, I leave the 26th. So championships after that? Interesting.
Yeah, I'll fly back. What you do is you say, this is what I do when people will call me about something they want a favor from Rogan, or they want me to talk to Rogan about something that they have, right? So try it. Watch this. Do it to me.
Hey, do you mind if could you get this to Rogan for me? I think it could be life changing.
No, 100%. I'll call him right now. I'm going to call him right now. Let me hang up and I'm going to call him right now.
You just
That's how I go. I was telling Rogan that he was laughing so hard.
Honestly, it's 1 minute in. It's 1 minute in and they're already gargling Rogan's nuts. Is this even a story you need to share on the stream or on the podcast? Does anybody actually believe you? Like, 1 minute in and they're already gargling Rogan's nuts. And these guys are his friends. You'd think if you're a friend of somebody like that, no matter how popular they are, or no matter how popular they are, you just see them as your friend surely at some point, right? At some point, if you're somebody's friend who's prominent as Rogan is, you just got to see that person as your Cody, as your boy. You're not going to keep glazing him at this. Like, you're going to have a little bit of self-awareness, you know? You're going to have a smidgen of pride, a smidgen of dignity. Just already gargling his fucking nutsacks. God almighty.
Oh, what do you want me to do? You know, I already know what he's going to like and what he's not. And also, that's not the basis of my friendship. So.
Ugh.
Oh, shut up.
Disgusting.
The greatest thing is that when
yes, it is the basis of your friendship. Let's just fuck off. Just fuck off.
You're friends with that guy, and you're seeing, you know, if you just seen with him or you're doing his podcast, the number of people that'll call you, and there's a roundabout way of kind of going. And another thing,
opportunist.
It's fine. It's fine. It's just
opportunist. Not opportunist. Opportunist.
Business.
Good at navigating it now.
Yeah.
Opportunist.
Opportunist up.
What else is going on?
Baseball.
Yo, they're already bored. They're already bored of themselves and the show, and it's only 2 minutes in, and they're already like struggling to stay awake.
They're picking a new pope, huh?
Yeah.
God, talk about something I don't give a fuck about.
I don't
And did you
care
see all those
about
profiles together?
Yeah.
Take me back. The year is 2015. Brian Callen is on 2 shows and a successful pod. Brendan is touring and selling out. Rogan hasn't signed a Spotify deal. Chris D'Elia is bringing 15-year-olds to the comedy club while Chris's dad is healthy and young.
Take me back. The good old days, the Rat Pack, remember? Remember, guys, the good old Rat Pack? When everyone used to be able to get away with diddling kids. Remember how good it was back in the day? Back in the day, remember how good it was? Huh? Make comedy great again. When you could force an open micer to suck your fucking dick to get some stage time. What a time to be alive, right? When you could chase sales assistants around American Apparel in your tighty whities. What a time to be alive.
I just look at him like, hey, if you gave me a lineup of who touches kids, half of them are in that fucking.
Well, that would be actually statistically correct, sir. And
I know.
I hate to say it.
Oh, they're disgusting.
I mean, I'm
and you see
sorry.
him talking.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I care more about McDonald's new chicken tenders than I do about this fucking Pope.
Well, the Catholic
I don't give a
Church,
fuck.
the
You know how
Catholic Church
corrupt
and
that shit is?
and the Vatican never atoned for their massive sins, which was that they protected, shielded, and defended vigorously with very expensive lawyers, pedophile after pedophile,
And would
after
relocate
pedophile.
them so they could
Yes.
continue practicing
Yes.
philia.
Yes. So
How it's still a thing?
I
Who
think
gives a
Cardinal
fuck?
Law and all of them are still in the Vatican, living happily ever after.
Oh yeah, and the people are waiting. Hopefully, the last pope was woke as fuck. Hopefully, they bring in.
Well,
a
the last
actual
pope was
conservative.
actually.
What do you even know about popes? Woke pope, Imagine describing the pope as woke. Like what? What does this guy even know about fucking popes?
Powerful bunch.
Big up Younger Vibes.
What was the kid wearing?
Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. Big up Younger Vibes. Holy shit. No more needs to be said.
The last
Very
pope,
progressive.
he was, but what I liked about him is he was actually a champion of the poor. So he came in and goes, I'm not having tailored stuff. You're not going to cater my meals. We're not doing that. He was the first pope to say, this is real excess. You're treating me like a king. You're fitting me for robes. There's a special tailor.
Yeah, we still protect the pedophile, so fuck off.
Well, yeah, I think.
They need to bring a conservative pope in there.
Yeah, well.
We'll see what happens. I literally could give two shits. I care more about who's pitching the next.
So I guess the Christian arc is dead already. Somebody predicted that he might go down the Christian conservative arc. I guess that's dead already because he gives no credence, no importance on who the next pope is. Doesn't seem to be interested in Catholicism or Christianity or any religion, to be fair. The only religion he probably believes in is fucking Rogan, isn't it? Rogan's religion.
Powerful bunch.
I
am your pope now.
Exactly. I'm your pope now. Jesus Christ. That is dark. That is real fucking dark, isn't it? In a real Bill Burr jokey type of way. You know that amazing joke him about diddling and shit on that news program. Was it him being interviewed? Where they kind of made some suggestion, or they kind of insinuated to Bill Burr that he's being a bit too harsh on the kids and shit. And he flipped it. I was like, really? Me? You think I'm being too harsh? Don't you think the Catholic Church have done enough damage as it is? Oh, that was brilliant. But Bill Coiler, yeah, I'm your pope now. Fucking hell.
Next Dodgers game than I do about the Pope. Everyone wait around for that smoke. Who gives a flying fuck?
Yeah, it's a whole thing, isn't it? There's a whole ritual and.
I like the old school history of it and all that.
When the Pope dies, I think people all gather around and they cry. See if you can bring that up, Finn. Finn. My son's name is Finn.
What?
Yeah, see if you can. I named my son after the triangular growth that juts from a shark's back.
You're so stupid. You're so fucking stupid.
It's Gaelic for Finn.
Standing room only. That's what you want at your funeral, as Tim McGraw sings.
That's actually true.
Standing room only.
Never mind. You're not.
I'm just gonna do a small venue so you're forced to stand.
I like that.
Don't push me into the theater.
I told you I went to.
When I die, don't push me in the theater. Don't put me.
Imagine Brendan thinking he's gonna have a theater full of people at his funeral. That's real delusion, isn't it? That's like Bert Kreischer level of delusion, isn't it? Brendan legitimately thinking there's gonna be a funeral, there's gonna be a theater full of people weeping at the remembering him, his presence. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on. Let's be real. A theater.
Me a big venue.
I went to Harlem. My friend's mother, he's black, and she died. And I had never been to a black church in Harlem. And he goes, now.
Big up Young Lord Vibes. If you suck the Pope, is that an auto heaven ticket? The real question is, my dear friend, if the Pope suck you off, do you automatically get into heaven? That's what I'd love to know. Forget what you can do for the Pope. What can the Pope do for you?
Powerful bunch.
We have a disease.
I'll be at Brendan's funeral. Got my fit ready.
Yeah, that would be brilliant, actually. I'll wear my fucking golden hour jacket, you know? Imagine everyone actually turns up to Brendan's funeral wearing Fit Boy. That would be so fucking legit. That'd be so crazy. Imagine everyone in the fucking parking lot drinking Tiger Thick whiskey, playing fucking chin tunes and little brows tunes on the fucking Bluetooth speaker. You know, giving each other shots of
Powerful bunch.
That'd be so fun.
Cost more to host a server for Bapa's funeral.
Jesus Christ. Discord server cost more. That's hilarious. Big up Casey. Oh, big up Casey Shuffle. Absolute legend.
I'm a May. Now, she didn't want us to be sad now. She didn't live a sad life. So I think we better start singing. And they were like, and dude, the singing that went on and the voices and the talent up there, I was like,
join in like Biden?
The deacon, I was like, these mother.
Oh, he's talking about black people, isn't it? Right? Brian always has this weird inflection in his voice when he's talking about black people. He talks about us like we're fucking aliens or something, or freaks.
Powerful bunch.
Or from a completely different planet.
Slow Joe would put a pic of herself on the obituary at Bapa's funeral.
100%. Remember that girl that went viral during COVID? What was she wearing? That's what Slow Joe would do. Girl goes viral. Was it revealing outfit? Dad's funeral. I think the dad was like an army veteran or something. He got killed in action, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know when. I think I spoke about it on the pod. I think that's why I remember it. And she's wearing like this weird, is that the one? No, it's another one. She had like a weird suit. It was like a cut suit. I think, yeah, this is the one. That's the one. That's Slow Joe. This is Slow Joe. That's the girl I remember. Yeah, that's the one I remember. Her dad was a veteran. Do you remember this girl? Butterfly, fly away. R.I.P. Pappy. You are my best friend. A life well lived. Hashtag RIP, hashtag Pappy, hashtag veteran, hashtag PTSD, hashtag funeral, hashtag never forget. And look at the fucking post. That would definitely be Slow Joe at Brendan's fucking funeral. Look at the post, mate. Look at that. What an absolute legend. Your dad died in action, right? Your dad died fighting for your freedoms, fighting in an army or whatever it may be. And here you are, you know, with your little leg up. Hashtag PTSD. Honestly, I love this girl. What an absolute legend. What an absolute legend. Her dad's cold body, embalmed body, literally in the background of that picture. You can literally see it. Just where her bum is, just at the top of the arch of her bum, where the top of her bum meets the arch of her back, you can kind of see her dad's hands there, clasped together. That is dystopian. That is fucking some Black Mirror shit right there. That is some Black Mirror shit. That is so. That is Slow Joe right there. Look, face is beat, hair is laid. Yeah? Face is beat, hair is laid, nails are done, outfits on. Jesus, what an absolute legend. Big up her. Of course, Florida, by the way. I didn't notice that. Of course she's on some Florida shit. Of course she's on some Florida shit. Of fucking course. Oh, what a legend. What an absolute legend that girl is. Let's go back to Tfatk. Hey.
This is the way to send somebody off.
You want to have a party. If they died old and it was good life, you want to have a party. But if they're young and shit, there's no celebration.
No.
The guys watching on the news this morning, you can't even start with the news. Some 21-year-old kid got hit by a drunk driver and died. You're just like,
dude, I saw that.
Horrible.
He was 18.
His parents, their house.
Hold on. Why is he all of a sudden compassionate about this 21-year-old when he didn't give a single fuck when his fucking tattoo artist was involved in a crash like that killed the driver, I think, right? Some famous tattoo artist guy, and he was more bummed that his tattoo appointment got cancelled. Then all of a sudden he's feeling sympathy, empathy for this 21-year-old that died. Strange. It almost seems as if, like, if something doesn't benefit him, he doesn't give a flying fuck. Or something that, you know, disturbs his plans or fucks up his fucking arrangements. Suddenly it's the biggest issue in the world. But this is interesting. Let him continue here.
Yeah, and their house burned down the Palisades, so they relocated to Manhattan Beach. So
sad.
And then this lady was busted before for DUI.
She was?
Yeah, this is her second offense.
Well, you murdered somebody.
And just some fat, out of shape lady kills this poor kid. Was supposed to go to Virginia or something to college. Had the whole world in front of him. You're like, God damn.
Awful.
You don't want to celebrate that.
No.
Do not want to celebrate that.
You do not. You do not. Yeah. Yeah, man. It's a terrible tragedy.
Dude, you had Brett Weinstein on your pod yesterday.
Eric Weinstein.
Are they brothers?
So, yes. So, Brett is
Eric Weinstein went on fucking Brian Callen's podcast. I don't even know what Brian Callen's podcast is called. What a waste of an appearance, isn't it? Actually, I wonder how many views that's actually got. Let's actually check. Let me see that. I wonder if it's actually doing well. Maybe he's going to surprise us. What's Brian Callen's podcast called? Let's see. How many views has he got on that one? Brian Callen podcast. I don't know. Is it called like Man Hour or something? What's it called again? He keeps changing the name of it and starting new ones every fucking 2 seconds. What's the latest iteration of it? Or is it like Minds Meet something? What is it? Like what is it? What's going on here? Oh, sorry. Go back again. My computer's being fucking silly. We got everyone in the stream chat that's still here. Make sure you smash the like button if you're enjoying the show. If you're enjoying the show, smash the like button. Help a brother out. That'd be greatly appreciated. Let's see. What is his podcast called? There's his channel, right? What's it called? What's his Brian Callen comedy? Is it going to be under his comedy channel or is it going to be under another channel? Who knows? We'll have to wait and see. Let's click videos and let's see what he's doing. He's got Direwolves Are Stupid. Okay, so it's not on here. It's on another channel somewhere else. Or maybe it's not released yet. But on this channel, he's got videos about direwolves and videos about acting tough in Africa. What? Definitely not going to watch. Definitely not going to check that out. I don't give a fuck about that. And talking about the military with some person and some ex-porn stars thing. So I think it's going to appear on here at some point. Just probably hasn't.
Powerful bunch.
Be up, Koila.
Eric Weinstein is Rohan's crazy ex.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I love that, by the way. Eric Weinstein. Exactly. Yeah, he does whine a lot, doesn't he? He does really love to whine a lot. Although I used to be a big fan of him and I used to think he was really smart back in the day when the whole intellectual dark web thing started. I love that how he would play instruments and know all these phrases and these fucking far-flung languages and shit, you know? And he'd have all these interesting ideas and different concepts and whatever it may be. And then over time you realize, you know, charlatans, a lot of them. But yeah, okay, cool. I guess that's Brian's podcast. No other name for it, but you know, I guess we have to wait and see when that episode does drop.
Evolutionary biology.
We're saying Pam
the one
or
with
Pam?
the one with the
'Cause
big
they're the
brain,
same, right?
the one with the biggest brain, is a guy named Eric Weinstein, who I had on last night.
And Brett Weinstein also has a big brain?
Brett has a big brain, but not close to as big a brain as his brother. His brother is a theoretical mathematician who just completed his 40-year work on the theory of everything. Okay, So he's like, so this is how his brain works.
But what's the brother do?
The brother was at Evergreen College, and he was the guy who, so Brett Weinstein became famous. There's his brother. When Brett Weinstein became famous,
he's no
by the way,
slouch though, right?
Both brothers are not going to
doctorate.
win any hair awards.
I mean, they're not going to be models either.
Yeah, but they're so smart. But
Jesus Christ, bro, he's so rude and unnecessarily in it. And it's also funny he's saying that Brett and Eric aren't going to win any modeling jobs or awards when he looks like that. You know, like you're hardly a looker yourself, my friend. You're hardly a looker, you're hardly a looker yourself. So it's interesting that he's poking fun at the way Eric and Brett look when he looks the way that he looks. Hey, what do I know?
You can't have it all. You can't have that brain and IQ and also look like Brad Pitt.
Yeah, I don't know Brett. But Brett became famous because in Evergreen College during the wokest of the woke time, they had a day where they said, we are going to only allow people of color on the campus. All white people have to leave.
I love it.
And Brett Weinstein's like, I'm also Jewish, so don't act as though I've been privileged.
No, get off campus.
So Brett Weinstein goes, I'm not doing that. I'm not leaving this file. I'm not doing that. That's racist as hell. That's
also, who's going to play quarterback? Am I right?
Yeah, but he got basically let go, I believe, or with such a it became such
they
a
fired him over that.
But he's a fucking guy who stands for the truth, and he's also been very anti-vax about the COVID vaccine and kind of exposed that.
Love him. Him and his brother look similar.
Yes, but Eric is my dear friend, and Eric.
I love that I met Eric, and you're telling him how he can kill all of you right there while you guys are waiting in the room, and I'm like, yeah, I probably can.
Yeah.
And then he gave us a Hulk Hogan story.
Yeah, it was great. But Eric is a guy who came up with the theory of everything, and we were doing. I go, can you explain in layman's terms? And it starts like this. He started like this. He goes,
impossible.
He goes, well, Einstein had 11 dimensions. We live in a 4-dimensional world, but Einstein figured out that there was probably, with math, 11 dimensions. But I believe there are 14 dimensions because he wasn't taking into account the fact that the measurements we use are also part of the dimension.
He's saying Einstein's wrong? Think how smart you have to be.
And I'm like,
check, please. Check. Excuse me, check, please.
Like when somebody says that, I go, oh, that's good. Thanks for the layman's explain.
Oh, I put the ball back in my corner. I'm like, that's crazy. Did you see Ohtani last night? Oh, you haven't?
Did you see him with Terrence Howard when Terrence Howard said he invented a new math?
Oh, he took him for a walk.
And he was nice.
Oh, he dog walked.
He real nice.
He was cool about it though.
Very sweet about it.
Yeah.
But
I love how they all think these people are so smart because they don't really read, you know, or they don't know anybody else that's smart. So the only reference they have of smart people are the guys that Rogan stamps with his stamp of approval of being the most, you know, the foremost leading public intellectuals. And really, a lot of these dudes don't know jack shit, especially Eric Wine, especially nowadays, because they're all involved in a culture war. It's not as if they're actually trying to, you know, publish anything. It's not as if they're actually trying to engage with any of the things or the ideas that they're sort of kind of ruminating on. They're just talking about politics and culture war type shit. So they're actually making themselves dumber by associating with Rogan and being in that fucking space. And, you know, not actually putting out any research or writing any books or doing anything of note. Just kind of pontificating on podcasts the way I'm doing here. But I just find it hilarious how people who don't really, you know, who maybe don't read as much, maybe don't, you know, study as much, are quick to paint people like Eric and Brett fucking Weinstein as these like crazy academics, these super knowledgeable people. So they're not really as smart as you think they are. Maybe smart compared to you, but not smart in general, in my opinion anyway.
And that's how it should be.
Yeah.
But he took him for a while.
Also, don't say you invented a new math, bro.
No.
Hey. No. Eric and his colleagues were like,
That's like when Rogan was talking to Kanye and he's like, yeah, I came up with a new alphabet. Rogan's like, very cool. So anyway, powerful bunch. Excuse me, sir?
Yeah, big up
He put Terrence Howard in a Kimura B. Howard should have tapped. 10 to 8 round, I'd say. Beast of physicist. Straight murderer in the marketplace of ideas.
Powerful bunch.
Did you see BGL SNL audition?
He put Kim Howard in the Kimura is hilarious. Big up Young Old Vibes. What do you mean BGO SNL, is that actually legit? Is that real? Is that a real thing or is that a troll? This BGO SNL audition, or is there something on his Instagram? I don't know. I haven't seen it. Well, let me know if this is real. I'll watch it. If it's some skit comedy thing, I'm not interested. Like, you know, that guy's acting is not the best anyway, to be honest. But big up BGO still.
Yeah, shut up. It's like some people, the arrogance on some people, the narcissism,
the ego. Yeah, that's all that
is beyond anything.
Or you're going to do a new alphabet that only you know.
You need a friend to go like this.
Shut up.
Literally.
If you called, if you
watch this. Hey B, you're not gonna fucking believe this. I invented a new alphabet, and it's going to change the world.
Very cool. I'll see you at the studio. That's how that would go. Very cool. I wouldn't entertain it in any facet.
I would just do this,
and then here for like, dude, you gotta see this alphabet. Maybe later.
Yeah, go ahead and tell me.
And then just never get
start with it.
Hey B, dude, you're not gonna believe it. You know, I'm always coming up with something.
Yeah.
Dude, I get this new alphabet.
Click. Click.
That's who needs those friends.
My father was
a lot of projection, by the way, right? A lot of this is a big lacking in self-awareness segment, because this could all be applied to Brendan. He definitely is in need of friends who can tell him to shut the fuck up, and you know, whatever. Hence why Rogan said he needs a handler. If anybody that needs somebody in their friendship group to call them out on their bullshit, is fucking Brendan. Or even Brian going on and on about men's bodies and shit. Like, enough, bro, enough. You don't have any real friends around you if they keep letting you talk about other men's bodies like this every single time. It's fucking embarrassing.
So good at that. My father would just
not entertain it.
Oh, my father suffers no fools. My father would just do this.
Big up Young God Vibes. He posted on his YouTube, but it's cringe. Yeah, I can't do that right now. Maybe add it to the docket for actually tomorrow, but I can't do that now. I can't watch a BGL fucking SNL fucking audition, but I'll add it to the docket for tomorrow. I can't do that right now. I can't do that to myself. I just can't. I can't.
This.
I mean,
my grandfather, my Sicilian grandfather, he's cutting from a wheel of cheese, a huge wheel of Parmesan. He's Sicilian. The Italians have been around a little while. They ate fucking cheese. This fucking idiot, I read a book. Some fucking book. I go, you know, dairy products are bad for you.
Oh no.
I go, dairy products are bad for you, and you shouldn't eat fruit after a meal. He just goes like this. He's cutting an apple with his cheese. He goes, wow, great.
Yeah, keep doing it.
Fuck out of here. I'm 85. The fuck out of here.
I would just go.
Any topics, please? Can we? They're really bored of each other already, man. I'm so curious to see how this show. I know I keep saying this every fucking stream, but I'm truly on the edge of my seat because I cannot wait to see what this show turns into when it goes to Austin. There's no way it survives, right? There's no way it survives the way it is. They're legitimately bored of each other. You can tell. Like, this show is just it just meanders, isn't it? It does nothing. They don't seem to enjoy it. The topics aren't that interesting. Like, they're just literally going through the motions.
Is there something wrong with the current alphabet? You fucking idiot.
Dude, my son
says the guy that can't pronounce unscathed correctly, right? Says the guy that can't pronounce easy words, right? Outlicker. I fucking love it. He doesn't even take a backseat in conversations. If you know you're a little bit redacted and you can't pronounce certain things or you fuck up certain sayings, you take the back seat in some of these conversations, but not Kamala. Not fucking Brendan. He's not Kamala. He's not Kamala Harris, but no Brendan. He definitely doesn't take the back seat. He still fucking says stuff with his chest. It's like, Jesus, bro.
I love him so much. My 13-year-old, he has a small window where he can watch YouTube and TikTok, right? On his phone. It's like an hour a day. And the problem is that he'll go, the other day we were cleaning out his garage and he goes, and he found these Crocs and he goes, you know, you can eat these. And I go, excuse me? He
Why don't
goes,
you try?
They're not toxic. You can actually eat this.
Very toxic.
And I said, yeah, they are. And he goes, no, I'm serious. You can actually eat these. They're actually edible.
All right.
I go,
have a bite.
I go, do it. He starts trying to chew through the thing. I go,
oh, it's impossible.
how's it going?
Yeah.
I gotta stop listening to TikTok. Don't ever mention TikTok to me.
No, don't get your information from
He's
TikTok.
way smarter than that.
Don't get your information from TikTok.
Correct.
Let's take a little break, B. Close
Riveting conversation, by the way. Riveting conversation. Let's skip ahead a little bit. We're gonna leave it for now. We're gonna jump over to World of T-shirts, do a little bit of Wings and a little bit of DSP to kind of end the show, okay? Because we need to kind of, keep everybody awake and shit. And Tfatk can be a little bit boring, but we'll come back to it again tomorrow, okay? So let's do was it World of T-shirts? Let's see what he's saying. I haven't checked out Joshua Block in a while. I think Josh Block is in Chicago. if I'm not mistaken. I think he's in Chicago. I think Josh Block is in Chicago. Let's double check though. But I think he might be in Chicago. Last time I checked. Yeah, he's in Chicago. He's in Chicago. For some reason. Don't know why, but he's in Chicago. Let's see what's happening in Chicago. First clip. There you go. Josh Block gets tracked down in Chicago airport and crashes out. Let's see what's going on here. Big up blood clot Josh Block. You love to see it. Let's see what he's saying here.
Alex, you'll never be able to put the fries in the bag. You'll never wear one in Josh, wear my t-shirt in the bag. Josh, wear my t-shirt in the bag. Put the fries in the bag, buddy. Josh, I got you on my t-shirt, bro. I bought your merch. I know 400 grand, you bitch. Put the fries in the bag. Immigrant fuck, I make more than you. Unemployed. I'm not unemployed, you motherfucker. Goddamn America. You were right. I'm not unemployed. Go to SNX. Get out of here. Josh, I love your merch. I got a picture. Oh my God.
Young Old Vibes, how do you feel right now? Young Old Vibes, how do you feel right now?
Country, I want to go to Italy. They won't allow you. Yes, they will. You got to take a shower before you go. I can go to Italy. I want to go back to Italy. I want to go home to Italy.
Hey, yo, Josh, are you going to go to O-Block? Are you going to visit O-Block?
Here, Josh, say hi to my mom. Say hi to my mom. I wish I lived in fucking Italy.
Yo,
Say hi to my
Josh.
mom. Say what's up, mom.
Yo, Josh. Josh, can I get a fist bump?
Josh. I hate this fucking place. Josh.
Hey, are you going to visit O-Block, though?
This country's terrible. Josh.
Oh, God.
Some random person. Fucking hell, bro. Fucking hell. I hope he goes O-Block. Please go. I just want him to go anywhere where somebody's black. Please go anywhere where there's black people. I beg. I just want to see what the reaction's going to be like when he starts like freaking out the way he does and chasing people down the street. He might get his head blown off, man. He might get absolutely stomped out. I want to see it, though. I want to see him really test his gangster, really test his metal, really test his, his level of annoyance and go around people who generally don't, entertain a lot of those pranks and games and hijinks. I want to see it. I want to see it so fucking bad. Big up Young Old Vibes. I'm blessed and highly favored. Big up. Joshua Block gets called out. What's that? Joshua Block gets called out for not wearing deodorant.
Why is this bitch taking a picture with you? Who the fuck are y'all?
I'm an influencer.
So you make good money?
Yup.
Well, then you need to buy some deodorant, bitch, because you must be as fuck.
Jesus Christ. If you think she's trolling or trying to be funny for the stream, or does she actually mean that he stinks? IRL. God almighty, the lady. Brutal. Brutal.
Why is this bitch taking a picture with you? Who the fuck are y'all?
I'm an influencer.
So you make good money?
Yup.
Well, then you need to buy some deodorant, bitch, because you must be as fuck. That bitch is musty. Are y'all streaming?
Yeah.
Let me see.
We're fine. He's
Fucking hell. You need to buy some deodorant because you musty as fuck. By the way, that is a thing I've read online, especially, or maybe I've read it on a Twitter thread or something, that Josh Block doesn't. Oh no, maybe it was in one of these clips. He only showers like once every 2 weeks or something like that. I think someone did take a picture of him, and his nails, his fingernails are full of fucking shit. He doesn't wash his hands. His fingernails are it's crazy long, full of fucking dirt, and he allegedly doesn't shower. So I don't know how much that guy, what's his name? The other dude that you know, Josh Block's his fucking handler. I'm not too sure how much that handler plays those prostitutes to hook up with Josh Block, but he must pay them a lot for prostitutes to turn or to kind of turn their nose or cover their nose at how bad this kid must smell when they're hooking up and shit. I can't imagine what money would make it worth it to put up with somebody's rancid BO mixed with them that just not having good hygiene. Oh, crazy.
Stream, that's okay.
It's okay. It's fine. We
It is musty.
Wow. Big up the Chicago lady behind this fucking food truck on this diner for the brutal honesty, bro. That might have helped him. That might shame him into actually showering. He doesn't look like it though, because he's smiling and looking all sinister. But she's straight up telling him like, "You smell really bad. Like I can smell you through here, and I'm in this kitchen and shit, cooking up shit. But your smell comes through. You stink, bro. Please shower."
Stay musty.
You musty now.
Tell them they're musty. Tell them they're musty.
One of y'all is musty. You smell. One of y'all musty. Musty as fuck. Y'all need some deodorant.
Powerful bunch.
News article: Alcoholic streamer visits O Block, gets switched down by AYN in broad daylight.
I wouldn't like it to happen to him because it's a bleak thing to happen, but I'd like it for the mere fact of content and for the stream. For the benefit of content and for the stream, I would love it if that happened. And I'm just curious to see how he interacts with black people, you know? Because I feel like a lot of these pranks only work with the Mundeles, the IC3s, or the, you know, or the IC1, sorry. They don't really work with the IC3s, but we don't know. Let's continue. Another one. Joshua Block chases down a cyclist for hitting him. What?
Is that the page?
Put the fries in the bag. I make more money than you, bitch. I make more than you. I make more money than you. Fuck. Fuck you. I make more than you.
Is that the page?
America must be a really weird trip, innit? America must be a trip. Like, you're walking back home from a night out, maybe you're gonna go to pick up some food and shit, and you must see the craziest shit, regardless of what state you're in. You must see some odd stuff. Walking back home, picking up a pizza, on the way back home from a night out, on the way home from a fucking long day at work or something, putting in extra hours to finish a project. You must see some strange things on your way home. Imagine just seeing this guy screaming down the fucking street, chasing some person on the bike and stuff about putting the fries in the bag. It's like, huh? This is what you're crashing out over?
I make more money than you, bitch. I make more than you. I make more money than you. Fuck.
Chicago looks nice, though. Chicago
Chicago
looks very, very nice. He's kind of not making it the best experience, but Chicago does look pretty nice. Let's see this one. Josh Block tries to intimidate a Chicago citizen.
Oh! Yeah! You disrespect me one more time, and it's off with your fucking head.
Okay.
You want to play dirty? I can play dirty too. I'm from the Bronx, bitch.
Brownsville. You're from
Let 'em
Brownsville.
know.
Oh, this guy.
Josh,
this cart. Josh, this cart.
Oh! Yeah!
Please do this to like one of those YNs with fucking dreads and tattoos and mirror jeans with a tag hanging off of it and Christian Dior fucking sneakers. Please do it to one of those kids. I dare you. I triple dare you. I want to see it. I want to see what time this guy's really on. Please do it to one of those kids. Please, please, please. I want to see him do it. I want to see what the action's going to be like.
You disrespect me one more time, and it's off with your fucking head.
Okay.
You want to play dirty?
Okay. That guy's response. What's that? Josh Block rushes homeless man and tries to fight him. What?
Oh, this guy. Josh, there's cars. Josh, there's cars. Josh, there's cars. Stop. Josh.
By the way, is that a normal thing in Chicago? In America, people just like saying things. That woman said he's too musty. He needs some deodorant. This random fucking homeless guy in the street just said, "You're not gonna do shit." Just screams out. Is that what people do? They just like, you're just minding your business. Someone walks past you and says, "Fucking hell, look at that haircut. You might want to get a refund." It's just heckling you from afar. Like drive-by heckles, across the street heckles, across the road heckles. Like, god damn it, bro. Why so mean?
You're gonna get hit by a fucking car.
No, I don't care how old you are.
Hey, sir,
you
relax.
talk dirty to me, I can talk dirty back. Plus, you're way too disabled to fight.
No, oh, really?
Jesus Christ.
Oh, ah!
This is the content this kid makes, by the way. Josh Block fakes seizure as a defense mechanism for a group surrounding him.
What is happening? What is happening? What is happening?
When she won't stop, in it. That's that meme, in it, right? When she won't stop. When she's giving you that gluck gluck, huh? When she won't stop. When she won't come up for air. I think he's Harlem shaking, by the way. That's the caption should be. Joshua Block Harlem shaking.
What is happening? What is happening? What is happening?
Or Josh Block doing the Dougie, huh? Doing the fucking Dougie. It's like yeah, exactly. Big up Uche trying to pop and lock. Exactly, man. Use the finisher. Exactly.
What is happening?
I don't know what the fuck's happening. Maybe he caught the Holy Ghost. Joshua Block quickly finds out why you don't mess with what? With people from Chicago. What's this about?
What's
going on?
I make more than you, bitch! Hey, he makes 400 grand. Get out!
Imagine you're hiding in between two bins and you're still screaming and talking with your chest. I love that level of confidence and arrogance. I'm not gonna lie. I love it. I think it's fucking sick. You're a terrible player, but then you have the gumption to still be, or you know, you're getting obviously shook, so you're running behind these bins, but you're still popping it. Crazy.
I make more than you, bitch! Hey, he makes 400 grand. Get out of my life! Hey, he makes 400 grand a year. Oh, God. Oh, God. Josh. Please tell me he doesn't have a firearm.
You're fine.
He only makes 100.
Josh, you're good, bro. Josh, he left.
I think he has a firearm.
No, Josh, you're good, bro.
That's the most snitch cop-like way to say someone's got a gun. I think he's got a firearm. He's definitely telling, isn't it? Just Block is definitely telling. The way he said firearm, he's definitely a tattletale. You can tell.
Mr. Beast is coming. You're good, bro. Josh, come on. We're fine. Josh, there's rat. Bro, there's rat. Watch your head. Watch your arm. Watch your head. Watch your arm. Watch your arm. You're going to hurt yourself.
He has a firearm. What the hell am I supposed to do?
Josh, you know what? Josh is fine.
I gotta call
the cops. Josh, don't call the cops. Nobody's. Josh, we're good. Josh, he was just joking. Josh is fine. Come on, we're.
Yeah, big up the crack fox. These dudes are recording or taking advantage of this Tism kid. It doesn't feel right. Trust me, every time we watch Josh Block, that's the conundrum you face. Because unfortunately, it looks like this is a mutually beneficial agreement. He gets to kind of be somewhat independent and live his own life, and they get to kind of treat him like any other person, right? Which inevitably, I think, helps his quote-unquote the recovery, development, wherever it may be, that he doesn't get treated like somebody, you know, that's got something wrong with him. He just gets treated normally. But it's unfortunate that he also is a little bit unhinged, you know? Just a tiny bit unhinged, a tiny smidgen bit unhinged. But I think all in all, you know, decent little lad, you get me? Decent little lad. Cool. And then we're gonna do Wings of Redemption. Let's do Wings of Redemption, and then we're gonna do a little bit of DSP to finish off the things, right? What's the latest one? There's it go. Let's do Wings of Redemption plays R6 and the whole chat turns on him, right? Big up LUMMOX. Big up Bloodclot LUMMOX. Big up everybody in the stream chat. If you're enjoying the stream, you see what you like what you see, please smash the like button. Give your brother, give me a bit of love down in the like department down below. Let's try and reach 100 likes. I'm on 56, but if we can reach 100, I'd fucking be so grateful. Appreciate you. Let's go. Come on, you piece of shit. Load the Wings video, please, if you don't mind. Come on. There you go. Big up Uche in the stream chat. Josh is smart enough to play into the tism for the views. The way he looked over the camera when he chased the dude in the guy in the back. Yeah, exactly. I think he's a lot more self-conscious or aware of his surroundings or his situation than people give him credit for. Maybe he couldn't have set up some of this, stuff when it comes to streaming or whatever. Maybe when it comes to just understanding what to do and how to act in certain places, I think he's got it down pat. But anyway, let's continue. Big up the Crack Fox here for exactly. Hey, bro, people, how about you all donate instead of freeloading? It's hilarious. Big up JP. Big up the Crack Fox. Freeloading is encouraged on this particular stream, by the way. Freeloading is encouraged, as is all things in life. Freeload as much as you can in life. Get the most out you can in life without giving, without basically giving as much, or get as much out of your life without giving bare nothing. I don't know whether that saying goes. How does that saying go? Get as much as you can out of life without giving as much as you can out of life. As much as you can in life. Or try and get as much as you can in life without giving away a lot. Either way, freeloaders is encouraged on this stream. Pick up the freeloaders. Let's go. Wings of Redemption.
And when I called him, he informed me that I had Stockholm Syndrome and was trying to gaslight me into me saying I was an abused victim, and I'm not.
Drop it now. We'll watch it on stream.
You are an abused victim. You are an abused victim, Kelly. But I also don't have any sympathy or empathy for you because you stay with your abuser and you enable him and make excuses for him and turn a blind eye because you have nowhere else to go. And you're comfortable and you don't want to lose this life that you're living now, which is understandable, but let's call a spade a spade. Wings did physically abuse or physically assault this Kelly lady during an argument. We all saw it. Yes, it wasn't directly aimed at Kelly, but he still pushed her out the fucking way. And luckily, she didn't break her back or anything, but it's like, come on, bro. Come on, bro. You know exactly what you're on. Anyway, let's continue. Wings of Redemption plays R6 and the whole chat turns on him. Big up LUMMOX.
I don't hit anybody.
There you go. I love that intro, by the way. I don't hit anybody.
I don't hit anybody.
I don't hit anybody.
I don't hit anybody.
Christ.
I haven't watched a LUMMOX video in a minute.
Shout out LUMMOX.
Time to rage. Probably. I've been playing like shit at Rainbow. I've been playing like shit.
Let's see. Rainbow Six. Let's go. I'd be so frustrated if I was a locale. Not because of the constant trolling. I'd just be so pissed off that I don't have anything to show for it at the end, in terms of skills learned in the video game, just to shut some of these trolls up, just to kind of rewrite the narrative, or at least have a happier ending, because it seems like no one really has the biggest faith in it when it comes to games. But you think if you're Wings and you've been playing video games your entire life for a living, but you're still terrible at it and you get mercilessly trolled, it must be so exhausting over a certain time. Like, there's nothing you can do. Nothing you can do because, they won't allow certain things. But yeah, this Wings guy is an interesting character. Yep, nice little finger sniff there. Don't know what's going on here.
I like Rainbow. I'm just bad at it.
Cool. Nice bit of self-awareness for once.
Just bad at it.
Cool. Anything more is going to go on there? Nice bit of yawning. Head scratching. No gameplay just yet. Imagine watching this person. Imagine this is your guy. Like I said, the locals are fascinating. Because imagine this is your guy that you consume content from. Everyone's got their person. You sit by and watch, you know, however many times you watch someone they put content out. Just imagine this is like what's regular. Just some dude, you know, not giving a shit and doing what needs to be done. But let's wait and see how this video develops. I'm curious to see how he plays with this R6 because he's a big fan of Rainbow Six, but he's terrible at it. Let's see what he does.
I'm trying, like, in life.
I think Wings is 37 or 36 or something. Or no, is he 30 or is he 40? He's younger than what he looks like anyway. He looks way older than what he is, but he's way young. He's way younger.
If I'm trying to stop stressing about certain things, like it's just something I do. Like my anxiety and like my inability to deal with like consistent things, like I think people know at this point, like the way to get to under my skin is to do something constantly. Like if somebody pokes me 15 times, that's when I yell at something.
Just telling people how to get under your skin is a great tactic, by the way. Just informing people of the specific thing that gets you under your skin, I guess you irritated, that probably a lot of people didn't even, you know, hardly notice, is really fucking funny. Really fucking funny.
Well, this quick match not finding me anything.
More yawning, which allegedly I've read online. Yawning like this all the time is usually a sign of being diabetic. Allegedly, it's usually a precursor of having full-blown diabetes. So, you know, you have to kind of watch yourself with that regard. Let's find out, because people don't know. Let's find out. Wings or redemption age. Let's see what Google says. He's 39. Google says Wings of Redemption is 39. They say he's born April 21st, 1986. They say Wings of Redemption is 39. 39 or 38, I'm assuming. 39 or 38. But he doesn't look it, does it? He looks a lot older than 39 or 38. That's for sure. He looks a lot fucking older than that. Where is it? Where's the video? Where's the video? Where is it? Oh, fuck. Ah, where did I fucking put it? Shane, there you go. Big up Josh says, yeah, that's in the beginning of the stream. Big up Josh says, I think he's just watching the beginning of the stream. There are parks in Austin. It's very green. Big up Josh says, appreciate you.
Fuck. Missed the head. I don't like turkey anything. The only turkey I really fuck with is like that turkey, that thin cut turkey slice.
Big up Booth McGee. Damn, I might be diabetes. Fuck it. No. If you're yawning, you're just tired. But allegedly, one of the precursors, unfortunately, of being diabetic is always yawning. And shit. Maybe it's because you're, you know, I don't know, insulin levels and shit. I'm not really too sure scientifically why that's the case, but I remember Googling it once and I remember seeing that, because that's one of the things that used to be annoying me about watching these Wings clips is how much he yawns. And it's like, bro, you don't do anything. You hardly stream. You hardly entertain your
powerful bunch.
Like, why are you so tired?
Kelly lets Wing push her round because that's the only physical touch she is getting.
100%, 1,000,000%. Especially when you find out that they've never consummated the marriage, you know? They've never consummated the marriage. They never ever had sex before, allegedly. So it makes sense why she, you know, doesn't mind getting pushed around by Wings, as Young Old Vibes brilliantly pointed out. Let's continue.
I'll fuck with that.
They will attempt to locate it during
Oh, they're securing the container. Fuck me. That's me not paying attention. That was my bad. I could have stopped that.
We know it's your bad. Don't worry, we know.
Lorenzo, you're already on the shit thing. I would probably just kind of just watch the stream. You're getting what you want without doing what you said you'd do.
Who's Lorenzo? Lorenzo Shell. Wings, what is better, buttered popcorn or pretzels? This is the question that made it crash out. This innocuous question made him crash out. Unless maybe this is a meme I don't recognize, but somebody asking Wings what's better, butter popcorn or pretzels, made him crash out in this way.
And so you're already on the shit thing. I would probably just kind of just watch the stream. You're getting what you want without doing what you said you'd do. Which I'm fine playing as long as I don't get team killed and shit. I'm cool. I'll continue to play even without the donations. Like if I start getting team killed, I'll probably just go back to Elden Ring. The fuck, man? My teammates are just not protecting the site at all. I guess I could say I'm the same way, but I had 100 fucking ping. What's for lunch? Probably Doritos. To be perfectly honest.
Okay.
If CWW raids my Discord, their Discord's going to weigh the dodo again. My lunch was never going to be healthy.
That chat. Thin Ice Lorenzo. What's the chat say? I always gain 400 pounds in the fall winter. 40 pounds, sorry. Still a good game though. You're such a failure, it's unbelievable. Wings, what happened to Lolcal and PKA? Wings, Doritos is not a healthy lunch. Eric V, how's the weight loss journey been going? Tiger Spider, at least this isn't Roblox. And 69 LOL, what does DV mean? Honestly, Wings, this fucking stream chat is absolutely brutal, bro. They're not his friends.
Almost everybody talking is just people against me. I got you. Whoa! Oh, I still need to make like $50, so probably a minute, John Smith. To be exact, it's $44.20. My courage to come on camera. Yeah, I look like a big fat bull. It's 130. We're at 84.
You can stop worrying about grenades now.
Breaking Bacon need to bust your boy off a little something. Whoa, come on, boy. I didn't hear that wall open.
I know nothing about this game, but seeing this guy constantly getting clapped is funny. Ping Ling, you should make a Break-In Banquet LUMMOX diss track.
Stop standing.
Fuck me, I didn't realize he was in. Fuck me. I didn't expect him to do that.
One friendly operator remaining.
He's so bad. Anything, Wings? Anything, Wings?
Well, first off, 69, you're not going to show up next week. Not going to happen.
69 LOL. Next week, Actors of Redemption, try to hit me like you hit your wife. Try me. They get under his skin so easily, man. Jesus, just ignore the comment, bro. You don't even need to answer or reply to it.
Second off, you don't tell me who your name is. You hide on the internet. Third off, right?
Third off,
you don't. How would I even know it's you? Like, what do you look like? What am I supposed to expect a person to look like? Hey, Bojangles.
He's actually scared. He's actually worried. He's actually worried now.
Guffmall, my gun skill is ass in all shooters, but like I make up for it in other ways.
Squidward, are you no longer saying nice things about Keem in the hope of getting your job back, Wings Redemption?
Honestly, if I wanted my job back, I would have my job back.
Hostiles eliminated.
I signed an NDA. NDA is a lifetime, man. There's certain things I can't talk about.
Not how NDA works. That's not how NDA works. Exactly.
Bojangles, first off, you gave me a good bit of money. You never gave me 30.
Bojangles, I have given Wings $3,400, but since he abused his wife, I give 0 and deeply regret it.
$400, bro. Let's be real here. That didn't happen. Second off, I don't abuse my wife.
Yeah, you did. We saw it. Wife beater.
Bullshit, man.
Okay, no, it's never gonna end. It's never gonna end. Love it.
Seconds remaining.
Fuck me, dude. I hate being in that position. I suck so
LUMMOX
much
a bad
at
person?
long range gunfights.
We have been eliminated.
Alright. Nitro, I've never called Diamond Skittles work. That's just not true. That's some shit the trolls made up.
What's that? Diamond Skittle said it himself. No troll made it up.
It could be lying as well. Like I told him, like if he wants to take me to court, take me to court. I'll go. But I can prove I didn't call him. So you better be ready for it. Dude, fucking A, fucking cock. Alright. I'm gonna cut it, Ralph, right there, boys. Looks like this stream's getting deleted.
Oh, that was fucking brilliant. That was fucking brilliant. Great to see. Great to see. Wings being a miserable old goat. Miserable old fucking goat. Or old looking goat, because he's not even that old. He just looks fucking old. But yeah, big up Wings, big up Blood Clot Wings, big up Blood Clot Wings. And then I think that's it, right? I think we're gonna end it there for now. We're gonna end it there for now, and we're gonna come back tomorrow and finish all the other bits we need to finish and talk about and shit. You get me? We're gonna leave it there because I think did we hit 4 hours? I wanted to do a nice tight 4. Did we do 4 hours? Or I wanted to hit a nice tight 4. Yeah, we did a nice tight 4 hours of streaming. So big up everybody that tuned in. Day 1 of the marathon stream until the 7th, I think, of June. We're going until the 7th of June. Day 1. Back again tomorrow. I'll schedule the stream later on. We'll be back again later on tomorrow at 11:30, I think, my time again. Back again later on tomorrow, 11:30 p.m. my time. I'll get that scheduled up. Trying to hit 500 members by the end of the month or end of the 31 days. Last time I did on this particular channel, I think I did 14 days in a row. And then the most recent one that I stumbled on, I did 3 days and then I fucking missed a couple of days. So let's see how long I can hold on to this one. I aim to do it until the end. I don't want to mess about. So let's see how that goes. But of course, sit back and enjoy and join in on the stream chat if you want to. That'd be greatly appreciated. If you want to become a member, also do that. But I appreciate everyone that just joins in regardless and takes part in the stream. That's always fun times. So big up everybody that does that. Big up everybody that does that. Yeah, subscribe, peace, blessings, all that good shit. I'll add the timestamps later for those of you guys who care about that sort of shit. Thank you for tuning in. Always a pleasure. Never a freaking chore. Smash your chest, bang your chest, give yourself a pat on the back. Smash the like button for me, all of that good shit. And I'll see all of you again tomorrow, okay? Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for hanging out. See you guys again tomorrow. Peace.